If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. It started on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon in the middle of summer. The sun was high, casting golden rays across my quiet suburban street, where nothing unusual ever happened. That's why the sight of a small, tattered box on my porch startled me. I wasn't expecting any packages. Curious, I approached the box, its edges worn and slightly stained, as if it had traveled a long way. There was no return address, only my name scrawled across the top in shaky, uneven handwriting. When I picked it up, the box was light, far too light for its size. I hesitated for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease creep into my chest. Something about it felt wrong, but curiosity got the better of me, and I carried it inside, placing it carefully on my kitchen counter. Opening the box was easy. The tape practically peeled away, like it had been opened before. Inside, nestled in old newspaper, was a doll. It was about the size of a small child's toy, with porcelain skin and large, glassy eyes that stared unblinkingly at me. The doll's face was chipped in places, the white paint cracked, giving it a disturbing, almost sinister expression. Its dress was once elaborate, though now it was faded and torn, hanging loosely on its delicate frame. For a moment, I just stared at it. Why would someone send this to me? It had no note, no explanation. I wasn't a collector of dolls, and I had no memory of anything like this from my past. The doll seemed old, much older than anything you'd find in a modern store. The longer I looked at it, the more unsettling it became. The eyes, large, glassy, and cold, seemed to follow me, no matter where I moved in the room. I shook my head, trying to brush off the sense of dread building in my stomach. It was just a doll, harmless, probably sent as a prank or a mistake. Still, I had no idea who would leave something so creepy on my doorstep. I decided to leave it on the counter for now, and I went about my day, trying to forget about it. But as the day wore on, I couldn't shake the strange feeling that something wasn't right. Every time I glanced at the doll, it seemed different. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but later that night, as I passed through the kitchen on my way to bed, I swore the doll's head had shifted. Its gaze wasn't fixed where I had left it earlier. It was facing the hallway, almost as if it had been watching me walk past. I stopped, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I hadn't touched the doll since I had placed it down. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to convince myself that I was being paranoid. But the thought gnawed at me. Had it really moved? I reached out, picking up the doll. Its glassy eyes were still cold, unblinking, but there was something about the way it sat in my hands that felt off. I quickly placed it back down and hurried upstairs, trying to push the thought from my mind. After all, it was late and I was tired. Maybe I was just seeing things, but sleep didn't come easily that night. I tossed and turned, unable to shake the image of the doll's lifeless face from my mind. And just as I was about to drift off, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like the soft patter of tiny footsteps. I shot up in bed, my heart racing. The house was silent now, too silent. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of movement, but there was nothing, just the quiet hum of the night. I told myself it was probably the house settling, or maybe an animal outside, but deep down, I wasn't convinced. I lay back down, but the unease stayed with me. It felt as if something was watching me, lurking just out of sight, and as I drifted into a restless sleep, I could have sworn I saw a shadow moving across the hallway, small and hunched, almost like a child or a doll. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of dread hanging over me. The events of the previous night felt surreal, almost dreamlike. But when I went downstairs, the doll was still there, sitting exactly where I had left it on the kitchen counter. Or at least I thought it was. Something about it seemed off again, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I examined the doll closely, noticing that one of its hands was now raised slightly, as if it had been trying to grab something. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I hadn't moved the doll at all, of that I was certain. Panic began to creep in, but I forced myself to stay calm. I wasn't going to let my imagination get the best of me. Still, I needed to know where the doll had come from. I called a few friends, asking if anyone had sent it as a joke, but no one admitted to knowing anything about it. One of my friends suggested I throw it away, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to do it. As the days passed, strange things continued to happen. I would find the doll in different positions around the house, sitting at the foot of the stairs, perched on the windowsill, or even standing near my bedroom door. It was impossible. I lived alone, and no one had access to my house. Each night, the unsettling feeling grew worse. I heard whispers in the dark, faint but persistent. Sometimes, I would catch a glimpse of something moving in the corner of my eye, only for it to vanish when I turned to look. I tried to convince myself that it was just stress, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But the evidence was undeniable. The doll was moving. One evening, I decided to set up a camera in the living room, facing the kitchen where the doll usually stayed. I wanted proof, something to show that I wasn't losing my mind. I set it up before bed, making sure it was recording, and tried to sleep. But that night, the whispers were louder, closer. I woke up several times, drenched in sweat, the eerie sensation of being watched never leaving me. When morning finally came, I rushed downstairs to check the footage. What I saw sent a chill down my spine. Around 2 a.m., the doll moved. It didn't just shift slightly, it stood up. Its limbs moved jerkily, as if controlled by invisible strings. It walked across the counter, its head turning toward the camera. For a moment, it paused, staring directly at the lens, its glassy eyes reflecting the dim light. Then, slowly, it climbed down from the counter and disappeared from view. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My hands shook as I replayed the footage over and over, each time feeling a deeper sense of dread. This wasn't a prank. This was real. Something was wrong with the doll. After watching the footage, I felt like the air had been sucked out of my lungs. I was trapped in my own house with a doll that was far more than just a lifeless toy. There was something sinister about it, something beyond explanation. I had seen it move. I had proof. But what was I supposed to do now? Call the police? What would I even say? I paced around the kitchen, my mind racing. No one would believe me. They'd think I was crazy. Even I was starting to doubt my own sanity. But the footage, I couldn't deny what I had seen. The doll had moved, and it was watching me. I needed to get rid of it. Now, without hesitating any longer, I grabbed the doll, stuffing it back into the tattered box it had arrived in. Its glassy eyes seemed to bore into me as I sealed the box with tape, ensuring it was tightly shut. My heart pounded in my chest as I rushed out to my car, tossing the box into the back seat. I was going to drive far away, anywhere, and dump it. It didn't matter where, as long as it was gone. I drove for miles, heading out of town and into the countryside. The sun was setting by the time I reached a secluded wooded area, a place I knew was rarely visited. I pulled off the road, grabbed the box, and marched deep into the trees. Every step felt heavier, like the doll was weighing me down with some unseen force. My breathing quickened as I found a spot that seemed remote enough. With trembling hands, I dug a shallow hole, the earth soft and damp beneath my fingers. I tossed the box in and quickly covered it with dirt, my heart racing as I patted the ground flat. It was done. The doll was gone. I hurried back to my car, feeling a wave of relief wash over me as I sped back home. The house was quiet when I returned, almost eerily so, but the weight on my chest was gone. I convinced myself that the nightmare was over, that the doll was out of my life for good. That night, I slept soundly for the first time in days. The whispers were gone. The feeling of being watched had disappeared, and I allowed myself to believe that I had escaped whatever strange power had taken hold of the doll. But my relief was short-lived. The next morning, when I went to make coffee, I froze in my tracks. Sitting on the kitchen counter, in the exact spot where I had first placed it, was the doll. Its chipped porcelain face was turned toward me, its eyes wide and unblinking, as if it had never left. My blood ran cold. How was this possible? I had buried it. I had seen the dirt cover it, felt the weight of the earth in my hands. And yet, here it was back in my house, staring at me with that same chilling expression. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But no matter how many times I blinked or rubbed my eyes, the doll remained, perched on the counter like it had never been gone. I ran out of the house, my heart pounding, desperate for fresh air. The world outside felt too bright, too normal, as if it was mocking the madness happening within my home. I needed answers. I needed to understand what was happening. I spent the next few hours frantically searching online for any explanation. Stories of haunted dolls, cursed objects, and supernatural entities filled my screen. Some seemed too ridiculous to believe, but others hit too close to home. There were stories of dolls that moved, that followed people no matter where they went. Some claimed the dolls were possessed by spirits. Others said they were cursed, sent to bring misfortune or worse. I didn't know what to believe, but one thing was certain. I couldn't stay in that house with that doll any longer. I called a friend, Jason, who lived across town. He was a skeptic, someone who didn't believe in anything paranormal. But I needed help, and I needed someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. When I arrived at his house, Jason greeted me with a smirk. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he joked. "I'm serious, Jason," I said, my voice shaky. "Something's wrong. I need you to see this for yourself." I brought him back to my house, explaining everything that had happened as we drove. He listened, though I could tell he didn't believe a word of it. When we arrived, I led him to the kitchen, half expecting the doll to be gone, like some figment of my imagination. But there it was, sitting in the same spot, its eyes fixed on us. Jason's smirk faded. "Okay, that's creepy," he admitted, but his tone was still laced with disbelief. "But dolls don't just move on their own." I showed him the footage I had recorded, the doll standing, walking, staring into the camera. Jason's expression changed from skeptical to uneasy. "That's not possible," he muttered, rewinding the video to watch again. "I told you," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I tried to get rid of it, but it came back." Jason ran a hand through his hair, clearly shaken. "All right," he said finally. "Let's get rid of it together. And this time, we'll make sure it stays gone." Together, Jason and I devised a plan. We weren't just going to bury the doll this time. We were going to destroy it. Jason grabbed a heavy hammer from his garage, and I found some matches. We decided to head out to a remote clearing in the woods, far from anyone else, where we could smash the doll to pieces and burn whatever remained. It felt drastic, but we were beyond rational solutions at this point. The drive was tense. Neither of us spoke much, both of us lost in our own thoughts. Jason was a practical guy, not the type to buy into superstition, but even he couldn't explain what he had seen on the video. And as for me, I just wanted this nightmare to end. We reached the clearing just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The light was fading fast, casting long shadows across the trees. It was the perfect setting for something horrific, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into danger. But we had no other choice. Jason pulled the doll out of the car, holding it at arm's length as if it might bite him. We set it down in the middle of the clearing, and he raised the hammer, ready to smash it to bits. I watched, holding my breath. The first swing came down hard, and the doll's porcelain head shattered into pieces. I felt a surge of relief. Maybe this would work. Jason didn't stop there. He brought the hammer down again and again, breaking the doll into smaller and smaller fragments until there was nothing left but a pile of broken porcelain and fabric. When he was done, we gathered the pieces into a pile and set them on fire. The flames roared to life quickly, engulfing the remnants of the doll in seconds. We watched in silence as the fire consumed everything, turning it all to ash. But just as I was about to exhale, something strange happened. The flames flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shape, small, humanoid, rising out of the fire. It was only for a second, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. Jason noticed it too. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice tight. I nodded, unable to speak. The fire burned out quickly after that, leaving nothing but a blackened patch of earth. The doll was gone, reduced to ashes. Jason and I stood in the clearing, our eyes fixed on the blackened earth where the doll had been destroyed. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt porcelain and fabric, and an eerie silence had fallen over the woods. I wanted to feel relief, to believe that it was over, but the sight of that shape rising from the fire kept replaying in my mind. "We did it," Jason muttered, more to himself than to me. "It's gone." But deep down, I wasn't convinced. There was a heaviness in the air, a sense of something unfinished, unresolved. We had destroyed the doll, but the unsettling energy that had surrounded it still seemed to linger. "Let's get out of here," I said quietly, and Jason nodded. We didn't speak much on the drive back, and when we reached my house, I hesitated before going inside. "I'll stay the night," Jason offered, sensing my unease, "just to make sure everything's really over." I appreciated the gesture, but part of me wondered if even that would be enough. Still, having him there felt like a small comfort. We set up camp in the living room, both of us too on edge to sleep. We stayed up watching TV, trying to distract ourselves, but neither of us could fully relax. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I must have drifted off. I woke suddenly, my heart racing, unsure of what had startled me awake. The room was dark, the only light coming from the dim glow of the TV, which had switched to static. I glanced over at Jason, who was asleep on the couch, his face peaceful and unaware. But something wasn't right. I could feel it, the same oppressive presence that had haunted me since the doll first appeared. My skin prickled with the familiar sensation of being watched. Slowly, I turned my head toward the kitchen, and there, standing in the doorway, was the doll. It was whole again, its porcelain face flawless, its glassy eyes staring right at me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. This couldn't be happening. I had seen Jason destroy it with my own eyes. I had watched it burn. How was it here, standing in my house, looking exactly as it had the first time it appeared on my porch? I wanted to scream, to wake Jason, but my voice wouldn't come. The doll began to move, its tiny feet tapping softly against the hardwood floor as it stepped closer. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to do anything but watch as it approached, its unblinking eyes locked on mine. When it was just a few feet away, it stopped, and then, in the most terrifying moment of my life, it spoke. "Why did you try to get rid of me?" The voice was soft, childlike, but there was an underlying menace to it that made my blood run cold. I couldn't respond. I couldn't even move. The doll tilted its head, as if waiting for an answer, but when none came, it took another step closer. "I just want to be with you," it said, its voice sweet but hollow. "Forever." At that moment, Jason stirred on the couch, his eyes fluttering open. "What's going on?" he mumbled, still half asleep. But as soon as his eyes landed on the doll, he bolted upright, his face draining of color. "Jesus Christ," he shouted, scrambling to his feet. How is that possible? The doll didn't react to him. Its focus remained entirely on me, as if Jason wasn't even there. My heart pounded in my chest as I forced myself to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. The doll's expression didn't change, but its voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "I want you to remember. You promised." "Promised?" I echoed, confused and terrified. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You do," the doll insisted. "You've forgotten, but I haven't." I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. What was it talking about? A promise? My mind raced, trying to grasp at any memory that could explain what was happening, but nothing made sense. "I don't understand," I whispered, my voice cracking. The doll's face twisted into a smile, a grotesque, unnatural smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "You will." Before I could respond, the lights in the room flickered and went out, plunging us into complete darkness. I heard Jason curse under his breath, fumbling for his phone to turn on the flashlight. But when the light came back, the doll was gone. Jason and I stood there in stunned silence, both of us struggling to process what had just happened. My heart was racing, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and terror. The doll had spoken to me. It had mentioned a promise I couldn't remember. What the hell was that? Jason finally managed to say, his voice shaky. I don't know," I whispered, sinking onto the couch. "I don't know." The rest of the night passed in a blur. Neither of us slept, too afraid that the doll might return. But it didn't. The house remained eerily quiet, the oppressive atmosphere slowly dissipating as the hours passed. By morning, the events of the night before felt like a fever dream. But I knew it had been real. Jason knew it too, though neither of us wanted to acknowledge it. We didn't talk much as he helped me clean up, both of us lost in our own thoughts. Before he left, Jason pulled me aside. Look, I don't know what's going on, but I think you need to figure out what that thing was talking about. That promise, it sounded like it was important. I nodded, though I wasn't sure where to even begin. How could I remember something I didn't know I had forgotten? Jason left, and I was alone in the house again. The thought of staying there, after everything that had happened, filled me with dread. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. I needed answers. I needed to understand why the doll had come to me, why it had claimed I had made a promise. I spent the next few days researching everything I could about haunted dolls, cursed objects, and forgotten promises. But nothing I found seemed to fit my situation. I was at a dead end, until one night, while going through an old box of childhood belongings, I found something that made my blood run cold. At the bottom of the box was a small, worn-out doll. It was old, its porcelain face cracked, and its dress tattered, but there was no mistaking it. It was the same doll that had appeared on my porch. And as I stared at it, memories began flooding back. Memories I had buried deep. Memories of a childhood friend who had given me the doll, a friend I had promised to never forget. But I had forgotten, and now she had come back to make sure I never would again. With trembling hands, I reached for the doll, realizing with a sickening certainty that the nightmare was far from over. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. It was a night like any other. The dull hum of the city lingered in the distance, but in my quiet suburban neighborhood, it was still. The occasional rustle of trees in the wind or the faint bark of a dog broke the silence, but otherwise, it was just another Tuesday. I had settled into the couch with a glass of wine, some half-forgotten show playing on the TV, when a sound broke through the calm. A loud thud, followed by a dragging noise. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was a raccoon or a stray animal. Living alone for the past 6 months had taught me not to jump at every strange sound, but something about this one was different. It was too deliberate, too heavy. My heart rate quickened, and I muted the TV to listen more closely. The dragging sound came again, this time closer, followed by what sounded like someone stumbling. I sat up, the glass of wine slipping from my hand and spilling onto the floor, but I didn't care. I was already on edge, my instincts screaming at me that something was wrong. I glanced toward the window, my breath catching in my throat. There, in the faint glow of the porch light, was a figure. They were hunched over, clutching their side as they staggered up the driveway. For a split second, I thought it might be a neighbor in trouble. But as the figure moved closer, something else caught my eye. A dark, wet trail on the ground behind them. Blood. The figure collapsed just before reaching the door. My heart pounded in my chest, panic rising as I stood frozen. I wanted to help, to run out and see if they were okay, but something held me back. There was a primal fear deep inside me, warning me that this wasn't right. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking as I waited for the operator to answer. The figure remained motionless, lying just feet away from my front porch. The trail of blood stretched out behind them, a stark red line in the soft glow of the streetlights. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone outside my house, I whispered, barely able to get the words out. They're hurt. There's blood. Can you see if they're still conscious? The operator asked, their voice calm. I swallowed hard, stepping toward the door. The figure hadn't moved since collapsing. I couldn't tell if they were breathing. My hand hovered over the doorknob, fear and curiosity warring inside me. Slowly, I twisted the lock and opened the door just enough to peer out. The smell of blood hit me instantly, metallic and sharp. The figure was a man, his clothes soaked in blood, his face obscured by a hood. He lay still, his chest rising and falling shallowly. I stepped outside, feeling the cool night air wrap around me, and knelt down beside him. "Sir?" I called softly, my voice trembling. "Can you hear me?" He groaned, shifting slightly. His face was pale, and sweat glistened on his brow. There was so much blood. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it pooled beneath him, soaking into the concrete. "Help me," he rasped, his voice barely audible. "Help is on the way," I said quickly, my mind racing. "Just hold on." I stayed with him, trying to offer some kind of comfort, though I wasn't sure what else to do. The blood was everywhere, on my hands, my knees, the porch steps. I could hear the sirens in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. Just as the man's breathing grew more ragged, his eyes fluttering open for the first time, he grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. "They're coming," he whispered, his voice a hoarse, panicked plea. "Don't let them find me." I stared at him, confused and terrified. "Who's coming?" But before he could answer, his grip slackened, and his body went limp. The sirens were close now, just around the corner, but I couldn't move. His words echoed in my mind, a cold dread creeping up my spine. Who was coming? And why had this stranger, bleeding and broken, chosen my doorstep? I backed away as the ambulance pulled up, the paramedics rushing to the man's side. They worked quickly, lifting him onto a stretcher, but I could see it in their faces. He was in bad shape. As they drove away, the red and blue lights fading into the distance, I stood alone on the porch, staring at the trail of blood that led up to my door. The police arrived shortly after, taking my statement and assuring me that they'd look into it. But their reassurances did little to ease the growing sense of unease inside me. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's face, heard his final words. And no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. This wasn't just an accident. This wasn't just a random act of violence. Something or someone was coming, and I had no idea what to expect. The next morning, I woke up with a knot in my stomach. The events of the previous night were still vivid in my mind, and the man's last words echoed like a warning. "They're coming. Don't let them find me." What did it mean? Who was they? I couldn't stop thinking about it, but no answer seemed to make sense. I wanted to believe that the police would handle it, that the man's injuries were just a terrible coincidence, but something about his arrival on my doorstep felt deliberate. He'd chosen my house, my door, and not any of the others on the street. I looked outside through the curtains, hoping that maybe the blood trail would be gone, washed away by the rain that had fallen in the early hours of the morning. But it was still there, faint but undeniable. The once bright streaks were now dark and dried, snaking up the sidewalk and leading straight to my front steps. My phone buzzed on the table, startling me out of my thoughts. It was a text message from an unknown number. "Don't talk to the police again." My heart skipped a beat, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I stared at the message, my mind racing. How could anyone have known I spoke to the police? And more importantly, who sent this? The implications were terrifying. Someone was watching me, someone who knew what had happened last night. I quickly dialed the number back, my fingers shaking, but it went straight to voicemail. No name, no identification, just a generic robotic message telling me the user wasn't available. I sat down, gripping the phone tightly. My first instinct was to call the police again, but the warning rang in my ears. I felt trapped. If I reached out for help, I could be making things worse. Before I could process my next move, there was a knock on the door. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I walked over, half expecting to see another bloodied figure collapsed on my doorstep. But it was just my neighbor, Sarah, standing there with a concerned look on her face. "I heard what happened last night," she said softly. "Are you okay?" I forced a smile, trying to appear calm, though my mind was racing. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little shaken up." Sarah crossed her arms, her brow furrowed in worry. "I saw the ambulance. Is everything, under control?" I hesitated. Should I tell her about the text? About the man's cryptic warning? Part of me wanted to share, to offload the growing burden of fear that was building inside me. But something held me back. The message had been clear. "Yeah, the police are handling it." I lied. "I'm sure it's nothing." She didn't seem entirely convinced, but she nodded and offered me a reassuring smile. "If you need anything, just let me know, okay?" After she left, I locked the door and leaned against it, trying to gather my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that something much larger was going on, and I was in the middle of it without understanding why. Suddenly, my phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't a text. It was a notification from the front door camera I had installed months ago. Someone had been at my door during the night. My heart pounded as I opened the app and played the footage. The screen showed the man, staggering up the driveway, bleeding and disoriented. I watched him collapse, just as I remembered. But then the camera caught something else, something I hadn't seen before. A second figure appeared in the distance, barely visible in the shadows. They stood at the end of the street, watching. I couldn't make out any details, but they didn't move toward the house or try to help the man. They just stood there, observing. I rewound the footage, my hands trembling. The second figure remained in the shadows the entire time, even after the ambulance arrived. When the paramedics took the man away, the figure vanished, blending back into the night. Who were they? Were they the ones the man had been so afraid of? The blood trail, the cryptic warning, the second figure. It all added up to something sinister. And now, someone was watching me. The text message had confirmed that much. I knew I couldn't stay in the house any longer. Something terrible was unfolding, and I was in the middle of it. Grabbing my coat and car keys, I rushed out the door. I had no idea where I was going, but I couldn't stay there another second. As I locked the door behind me, I glanced down at the trail of blood on the sidewalk. It felt like a line that connected me to something dark and dangerous. Driving aimlessly through the city, I kept glancing at my phone, expecting another message, another threat. But nothing came. The tension gnawed at me, and I could feel paranoia creeping in, filling the car like a dense fog. Every pedestrian, every passing car felt like a potential threat. Eventually, I pulled over at a quiet park on the edge of town. It was mostly deserted, save for a few joggers and dog walkers. I needed time to think, to figure out what my next move was. But as I sat there, trying to calm my racing mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched again. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I caught sight of a car parked a few spaces back. A black sedan, its windows tinted too dark to see inside. I stared at it, my pulse quickening. Was it just coincidence, or had they followed me? Before I could decide, my phone buzzed again. You can't run from them. That was it. I couldn't stay here, and I couldn't keep running blindly. I needed answers, and there was only one person who might have them. The man who had bled out on my doorstep. I sat frozen in my car, staring at the message on my phone. Whoever was sending these texts knew exactly where I was and what I was doing. My heart pounded in my chest as the words echoed in my mind. You can't run from them. I realized I couldn't continue living in fear, darting from place to place without a plan. If I didn't figure out who they were, I'd always be looking over my shoulder. And the man who had appeared on my doorstep, the one who had left that blood trail, held the key to everything. But where was he now? Was he even alive? The hospital would have his information, but how could I approach them without drawing attention? And what about the second figure on the camera footage? The shadowy person who had stood at a distance, watching everything. They knew more than I did. That much was clear. I pulled up to the edge of the park, my fingers trembling as I searched through my phone for the number of the local hospital. Before I called, I rehearsed a story in my head. Something simple and unassuming. A reason to ask about the man without raising suspicion. Maybe I could say I was a concerned neighbor who had witnessed the ambulance. The line rang twice before a voice picked up. County General, how can I direct your call? I cleared my throat, trying to sound casual. Hi, I'm just calling to check on a patient. He was brought in last night after an incident near my house. The receptionist asked for more details, and I provided what I could. No name, just a description of the situation. There was a long pause on the other end of the line, and I started to wonder if I had made a mistake. Then she returned, her voice lower this time. I'm sorry, but no patient was admitted last night matching that description. I blinked, confused. What do you mean? I saw the ambulance take him away. I don't know what to tell you, ma'am. We have no record of anyone like that. Is there anything else I can help you with? I hung up without saying another word. No record of him? How was that possible? I had seen him with my own eyes, bleeding, barely conscious, and the ambulance had definitely taken him away. Where could they have taken him, if not to the hospital? My mind raced through possibilities. Was he taken somewhere off the grid? Some hidden facility? Or had he vanished completely, along with any trace of his presence? I remembered his cryptic words. They're coming. Don't let them find me. Maybe they had gotten to him first. I looked around, feeling the oppressive weight of being watched again. The black sedan was still parked a few spaces behind me, but I couldn't see anyone inside. I needed to move. Driving in circles wouldn't get me anywhere, so I decided to go back to where it all started. my own house. As much as I wanted to avoid returning there, it was the only place I could try to piece together what had happened. The drive back felt longer than usual, tension knotting in my chest with every turn. I kept checking the rearview mirror, paranoid that the sedan, or someone worse, was following me. But by the time I pulled into my driveway, the street seemed quiet. The blood trail on the sidewalk had faded even more, almost blending into the concrete. I stepped out of the car, feeling uneasy but determined. I needed to go back through everything that had happened, starting with the spot where the man had collapsed. As I approached my front door, my eyes were drawn to something new. There, lying on the mat, was an envelope. It hadn't been there when I left, and I hadn't heard anyone approach the house. My heart raced as I bent down to pick it up. The envelope was plain white, unmarked except for my name written on the front in small, neat letters. I tore it open, my hands shaking, and pulled out a single sheet of paper. It was a note, handwritten, in the same small, careful script. "You're involved now. You need to find him before they do." My blood ran cold. Who was sending me these messages? And why was I suddenly a part of this? More questions filled my mind than I could answer. But one thing was clear. I couldn't ignore this any longer. Someone expected me to find the man, and whoever they were, their reach extended far beyond my understanding. I rushed inside and locked the door behind me, feeling the walls close in as I tried to think. If the man wasn't at the hospital, where else could he be? Somewhere remote, or held captive. Maybe I could track down the ambulance itself, find out where it went after leaving my street. I grabbed my laptop and searched for the local EMS services, hoping to find a clue. After a few minutes of digging, I came across a contact number for the city's emergency dispatch center. It was a long shot, but I dialed the number and waited. "Dispatch services," a woman answered. "Hi," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm trying to find out about an ambulance that came to my neighborhood last night. It took a man away, but I haven't been able to track him down at the hospital." The dispatcher hesitated. "What's the address?" I gave her the details, my heart pounding as I waited for her response. After a few clicks on her keyboard, she returned. "Yes, we have a record of an ambulance dispatched to that location, but the call was canceled before they arrived at the hospital." My stomach dropped. "Cancel? What do you mean?" "All I can tell you is that the transport was diverted. The patient was never delivered to the hospital." I felt a wave of nausea. The man hadn't made it to safety. He'd been intercepted, taken somewhere else, and now I had no idea where to look. As I hung up the phone, I realized the scope of what I was dealing with. Someone powerful had intervened. The man was out there, and they were after him. I was being watched, and now I was caught up in their deadly game. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the note. The words on the page were a chilling reminder of the situation I was in. "You need to find him before they do." But how? Where would I even begin? The note weighed heavily in my hand, its cryptic warning echoing in my mind. Whoever had written it knew more about this situation than I did. I was now a key player in something far more dangerous than I had anticipated, and the man who had shown up at my door was the only clue I had. But he had vanished, spirited away by some shadowy force, and I had no idea where to start looking. Pacing around the kitchen, I replayed the events in my head. The man had mentioned they were coming. Could they be the ones who intercepted the ambulance? How deep did this conspiracy go? Whoever was responsible had the power to make people disappear, maybe even erase any trace of them. I needed to act quickly. Time wasn't on my side. Whoever they were, they clearly weren't going to stop. If they had already gotten to him once, they could easily find him again. But why was I involved now? Was it because I had helped him, or was there something more to it? The unsettling realization hit me that maybe my involvement hadn't been accidental at all. I couldn't just sit around. If I was going to find him, I had to take a risk. My only option was to track down the ambulance, find out where it had been diverted, and see if there was any way to follow its trail. Maybe there was a record of the new location, something the dispatcher hadn't told me. Grabbing my coat, I stepped outside and locked the door behind me. The night was eerily quiet, the kind of stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I got into my car and drove to the EMS headquarters, hoping to get more information in person. When I arrived, the building was mostly dark, save for a few lights illuminating the front entrance. My palms were sweaty as I walked up to the door, unsure of what I was about to encounter. The receptionist at the desk looked up, her expression weary but professional. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice neutral. I tried to sound casual. "Hi, I'm looking for information about an ambulance that was dispatched last night to my street, but didn't make it to the hospital. I was told the call was diverted, but I was wondering if there's any way to find out where it went." She raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, but that's not information I can provide. If the call was canceled, there won't be any further records." My heart sank. I had expected this, but I wasn't ready to give up yet. "I understand," I said, trying a different approach. "But it's really important. A man's life might be at risk, and I'm just trying to make sure he's okay." She hesitated, eyeing me closely. I could see the internal debate playing out on her face. Finally, she leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. "Look, I can't give you anything official, but..." She paused, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. "There's been some weird activity with that call. It was flagged by someone higher up. That doesn't usually happen unless there's more going on." "What do you mean?" I asked, my pulse quickening. "I mean, the call was diverted off the record. Whoever took over that transport didn't log the destination in our system. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's above my pay grade." A chill ran down my spine. I thanked her and left the building, my mind racing with possibilities. Whoever had taken the man from the ambulance didn't want him found. That much was clear. And now, I was treading dangerous waters by trying to track him down. I got back in my car, unsure of my next move. If I couldn't find the ambulance, maybe I could find the second person on the camera footage, the one who had been watching from a distance. They seemed to know what was happening, and they were still out there somewhere. I drove around the neighborhood aimlessly for a while, hoping for some kind of sign, anything to point me in the right direction. But the streets were empty, and the quiet suburban houses offered no answers. Frustration bubbled up inside me. I was running out of time, and the more I searched, the more elusive the truth became. Just when I was about to give up and head home, my phone buzzed with a new message. My breath caught in my throat as I read it. "Stop looking, or you'll regret it." The threat was clear. Someone didn't want me digging any further. But instead of backing off, I felt a surge of defiance. I had come too far to stop now. If anything, this message only confirmed that I was onto something important. I pulled over to the side of the road, my heart racing as I tried to think through my next steps. Whoever was watching me was close enough to know my every move. The black sedan flashed in my memory, and I scanned my surroundings, but there were no cars nearby. That didn't mean I wasn't being watched. For a moment, I considered going to the police. But what would I tell them? That a strange man had appeared on my doorstep, left a trail of blood, and then vanished without a trace? That I had received cryptic messages from an unknown source warning me to stop looking for him? They would either think I was crazy, or worse, I'd get myself deeper into a situation I wasn't prepared for. I was on my own. The only place left to check was my own house. There had to be something I was missing, some clue hidden in plain sight. Maybe the man had left something behind, something that could lead me to him before they did. When I pulled into my driveway, the house looked exactly as I had left it, but I knew better than to trust appearances. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the silence almost deafening as I walked through each room. Nothing seemed out of place, but the nagging feeling in my gut told me I was overlooking something. Then, as I approached the living room, I saw it. A single drop of blood on the floor, barely noticeable against the dark wood. My breath caught in my throat as I crouched down to examine it. This was new. It hadn't been there before. Someone had been here recently. The question was, had it been him or them? A noise from upstairs made my blood run cold. A faint creak, like the sound of footsteps. My heart skipped a beat as I froze in place, straining to listen. The creak had come from directly above me, in the hallway near the guest bedroom. Slowly, I rose to my feet, every muscle in my body tense. The blood drop at my feet seemed to pulse in time with my racing heart, a reminder that I wasn't alone. I moved carefully, my footsteps light as I made my way toward the staircase. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and call for help, but I knew that wasn't an option. If someone was upstairs, I needed to know who it was. Halfway up the stairs, I heard the noise again. This time, it was clearer, a slow, deliberate shuffle. Whoever was up there was taking their time, almost as if they wanted me to hear them. My hand gripped the banister so tightly my knuckles turned white. I had no weapon, nothing to defend myself with if things took a turn. When I reached the top, the hallway stretched out before me, its shadows long and distorted in the dim light. The door to the guest bedroom was ajar, just as I had left it, but now there was a subtle difference, a light, almost imperceptible, filtering out from the crack. I swallowed hard and approached the door, my pulse pounding in my ears. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob, before pushing it open. The room was empty, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw something that hadn't been there before. A small, folded piece of paper placed neatly on the bed. The room was cold, a chill hanging in the air that felt out of place, almost unnatural. I stepped forward, the floorboards creaking under my weight as I reached for the note. My hands shook as I unfolded it. "We're watching. Stop now, or you'll never know the truth." My mind raced. The message was a direct threat, but something about the wording unsettled me even more. It wasn't just a warning, it was a taunt, a challenge. Whoever had been in my house knew exactly what I was looking for, and they were toying with me. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, but the hallway was empty. Still, the feeling of being watched was unmistakable. My skin prickled with the sensation of unseen eyes tracking my every move. I backed out of the room, leaving the note on the bed, and moved quickly down the stairs, my heart racing. Once back in the living room, I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. My mind whirled with questions. Why had someone come into my home to leave that note? And who was responsible for all of this? I felt trapped in a web of secrets and danger, unsure of who to trust or where to turn next. The phone buzzed in my pocket again, and I fumbled to pull it out. My hands trembled as I opened the message. "The clock is ticking." That was it. No explanation, no name, just another cryptic message. But this time, it hit differently. There was a sense of finality to it, as if my window of opportunity was closing. Whatever was happening, it was about to reach a critical point, and if I didn't act fast, I might never uncover the truth. I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut that the key to everything was closer than I realized. The man who had shown up at my door was somehow tied to all of this, and now it was my responsibility to find out how. Whoever was after him, whoever was sending these messages, wasn't going to stop until they got what they wanted. I had no choice. I needed to get out of town, find a place where I could think clearly, away from the prying eyes that seemed to follow me everywhere. There was an old cabin my family used to own, far outside the city, tucked away in the woods. It hadn't been used in years, but I still had the keys. It might just be the only safe place left. Without wasting another moment, I grabbed a bag, threw in some essentials, and left the house, locking the door behind me. As I drove through the night, the unsettling thought lingered in my mind. The game was far from over, and whatever was coming next would be the most dangerous part yet. My headlights sliced through the darkness as the familiar road to the cabin unfolded before me. The tall trees loomed on either side, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for the car. For the first time since this ordeal began, I felt a small sense of relief. The cabin was isolated, far from any neighbors or passersby. It would give me the space I needed to figure things out, to make sense of the chaos that had engulfed my life. When I arrived, I parked the car and approached the front door, the cold night air biting at my skin. I fumbled with the keys for a moment before unlocking the door and stepping inside. The cabin was as I remembered it, dusty, untouched, but oddly comforting in its seclusion. I set my bag down and took a deep breath, feeling a strange sense of calm wash over me. But that calm was short-lived. As I moved to the living room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the coffee table, illuminated by the pale moonlight filtering through the window, was another note. And this time, it wasn't folded neatly. It was scrawled hastily in large, jagged letters. "You can run, but you can't hide." I was no longer just a bystander. I had become the prey. My heart raced as I stood frozen in the doorway, the note's chilling message blaring in my mind. Whoever had been orchestrating this nightmare wasn't just watching from the shadows. They were now in my sanctuary, invading the last place I thought I could find solace. I stepped cautiously toward the coffee table, the floorboards creaking beneath me, as if they too were warning me against approaching. The note lay there, almost mocking me, the ink still glistening as if it had been written moments ago. I snatched it up, my hands shaking as I read the jagged letters again. You can run, but you can't hide. I looked around the room, scanning for any signs of intrusion. The curtains were drawn tight, the furniture undisturbed, but a sickening feeling settled in my stomach. How had they gotten in here? I had locked the door behind me. Was I truly safe anywhere? Just then, a noise came from outside, a soft rustle, barely perceptible, but enough to send adrenaline coursing through my veins. I moved to the window and peered through the curtains, my breath hitching as I strained to see into the dark woods that surrounded the cabin. Nothing stirred, but the feeling of being watched pressed heavily upon me. I had to think quickly. I couldn't let fear paralyze me, but every instinct screamed at me to leave, to get back to civilization, to call for help. Yet something held me back. I was close, closer than I'd ever been to uncovering the truth behind this madness. If I left now, I might never get another chance. I took a deep breath, my mind racing through the possibilities. The man from the ambulance, the blood trail, the messages. They were all connected, and I needed to figure out how. If only I could make sense of it all before it was too late. As I sat on the worn couch, I pulled out my phone and considered reaching out to someone, anyone who could help, but who would I trust? I had no idea who was on my side anymore. Instead, I opened my notes app and began jotting down everything that had happened so far, trying to connect the dots. Each detail mattered, no matter how insignificant it seemed. As I wrote, I felt the weight of the note in my pocket, a constant reminder that time was running out. Suddenly, my phone buzzed again, making me jump. I glanced at the screen, my heart sinking as I saw a new message from an unknown number. We know you're there. Stop playing games. My breath quickened. They were closing in. I had to act. I bolted to the kitchen, searching for anything I could use for defense, something to protect myself if it came to that. I found a large kitchen knife and gripped it tightly, the cold metal grounding me for a moment. But I knew I couldn't just wait for them to come to me. I had to find out what was happening and confront it head on. Gathering my courage, I opened the door and stepped outside, the night air biting against my skin. I moved to the edge of the property, scanning the dark woods for any signs of movement. My instincts screamed at me that I wasn't alone. With each step I took into the underbrush, the trees loomed larger, casting elongated shadows that danced in the moonlight. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. I had to remind myself that fear was not an option. If I was going to get through this, I had to be brave. As I ventured deeper into the woods, I began to hear something, a faint, rhythmic sound. It was distant at first, but as I drew closer, it became clearer. A low thumping, like a heartbeat, reverberated through the air. My pulse raced in time with it, the noise drawing me in. I followed the sound, each step filled with trepidation. The thumping led me to a small clearing where the trees parted to reveal an old, dilapidated shed, hidden from view. The door hung ajar, and the sound was unmistakably coming from inside. Pushing the door open, I stepped into the dimly lit space, the smell of damp wood and decay assaulting my senses. Inside, I saw a series of old crates stacked haphazardly against the walls, and a single light bulb flickered overhead. The thumping continued, echoing off the wooden walls. I scanned the room, my heart pounding, until I spotted the source of the noise. Tied to a chair in the corner was a figure, a man struggling against his restraints. I rushed forward, my mind racing with possibilities. It was him, the man from my doorstep. "Are you okay?" I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. He looked up, his eyes wild with fear and recognition. "You shouldn't have come here. They'll find you." His warning sent a chill down my spine, but I couldn't just leave him. "Who are they? What's going on?" I demanded, moving closer to untie him. His eyes darted around the shed, as if he expected someone to burst in at any moment. "You need to listen. They're after me because I know too much. I didn't mean for you to get involved." "Get involved?" I didn't choose this. I hissed back, my frustration boiling over. What do you know? Before he could answer, a loud crash echoed from outside, shattering the tense silence. My heart sank as I turned toward the door. We were no longer alone. I had to move fast. I grabbed the knife from my pocket and faced him, determination flooding through me. I'll get you out. Just hold on. As I worked to untie him, the door burst open, and a shadowy figure stepped inside, silhouetted against the dim light. The man's eyes widened in terror, and I felt my stomach drop as the figure stepped into the shed. Well, a deep voice taunted, sending a shiver down my spine. Looks like you've gotten yourself into quite a mess. I turned slowly to face the intruder, gripping the knife tightly. Whoever this was, they were not here to help. The figure stepped further into the light, revealing a man dressed in dark clothing, his face obscured by the hood of a jacket. He radiated an unsettling confidence, and a chill crept down my spine as I took in the sinister smile playing on his lips. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice steady despite the terror swirling in my gut. He chuckled, a low, menacing sound that echoed off the shed's walls. "You really have no idea, do you? You're playing a dangerous game, and it seems you've gotten in over your head." His eyes flicked to the man tied to the chair, a gleam of amusement in his gaze. "And look, you've even brought a friend." "Let him go," I said, taking a cautious step forward, knife poised. "You don't have to do this." His laughter rang out again, sharp and mocking. "Oh, but I do. You see, this is not just about him. It's about you too. You've stumbled upon something that should have remained buried." I glanced back at the man in the chair, who looked just as bewildered as I felt. "What are you talking about?" I pressed, trying to buy time as I formulated a plan. "The truth," he replied, his tone dripping with derision. "You think you can just walk away with it? It doesn't work like that." As he spoke, my mind raced with options. I had to get the man free, but I also needed to protect myself. The intruder was clearly not going to let this go easily. Suddenly, the man tied to the chair shouted, "He's lying. Don't believe him. He wants to keep you in the dark." I turned my attention back to the intruder. "What are you hiding?" I demanded. He stepped closer, and I felt the adrenaline spike in my veins. "You really want to know? Fine, but be careful what you wish for." He gestured vaguely, and I saw shadows shift in the corners of the room. "You're not the first person to come looking for answers. And trust me, you won't be the last." Before I could respond, he lunged toward me. An instinct kicked in. I swung the knife, the blade slicing through the air. I felt the adrenaline surge as I narrowly missed his arm. He staggered back, surprise flashing across his face. "How bold," he said, his expression shifting from amusement to anger. "But you should know, violence only makes this worse." In a moment of desperation, I dashed to the man in the chair, quickly working to untie him. "We need to get out of here," I urged, my hands fumbling with the ropes. As I struggled, I could sense the intruder regrouping behind me. "You think you can escape? You're trapped. There's nowhere to run." The ropes fell away, and I glanced back at the man. "Come on, we have to move." I pulled him to his feet, and together we turned to face our assailant. But he was no longer the only threat in the shed. I felt a shift in the air, a heaviness that made it hard to breathe. Shadows danced along the walls, and a low murmur filled the room, as if whispers were echoing from unseen mouths. "What is this?" I gasped, confusion mingling with fear. The intruder smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You're not just dealing with me. You've awakened things you can't begin to comprehend." In that instant, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows thickened, swirling around us, and I felt a chill creep into my bones. The air was electric, crackling with a sense of impending doom. "We need to go now," the man beside me urged, urgency etched on his face. But as we turned to flee, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The sound echoed in my ears, locking us in with the figure who grinned like a cat that caught a mouse. "Leaving so soon?" he taunted, his voice a low growl. "But we've only just begun." With no other choice, I pushed forward, the knife clutched tightly in my hand as I charged at him. But just as I closed the distance, a force slammed into me, sending me sprawling to the ground. Dazed, I blinked up at the man, who now stood surrounded by the shadows, his features distorted by the flickering light. "Don't fight it," he called out, his voice mingling with the whispers. "You have to understand, the truth is buried here, and only one of us can leave with it." As I scrambled to my feet, the shadows pressed in closer, almost as if they were alive, coiling around me like serpents. I could feel the panic rising, my thoughts racing as I struggled to maintain my focus. The man beside me managed to shake off the confusion and charge forward, grabbing the intruder by the collar and pushing him back. "Get out!" he shouted to me, his voice filled with determination. But the shadows were relentless, closing in on both of us. I raised the knife, ready to fight, but I knew deep down that it might not be enough. The intruder laughed, a sound that echoed eerily in the small space. "You're both fools if you think you can escape this place." With every ounce of strength, I lunged forward, aiming for the intruder's midsection. He sidestepped at the last moment, and I stumbled past him. The man in the chair was now on his feet, and together, we fought against the encroaching darkness. "Stick together," he shouted, desperation lacing his voice. Just then, a loud crack sounded from above, and I looked up in horror as part of the ceiling began to splinter and crumble. "This place is falling apart," I yelled, fear creeping in as I realized the structure couldn't hold much longer. The intruder took a step back, his expression shifting from confidence to concern as the shadows writhed around him. No, this isn't how it's supposed to end." "Then let us go," I screamed, my voice breaking through the chaos. He hesitated, glancing between us and the collapsing structure. "You don't understand. You're playing with forces beyond your control." But we didn't have time for his games. The man and I seized the opportunity, bolting for the door. I could hear the shadows swirling angrily behind us, their whispers rising to a deafening roar. With a final push, I threw my shoulder against the door, and it gave way. We tumbled out into the night, gasping for breath as the cool air enveloped us. But our escape was short-lived. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and the shed behind us let out a groan of despair, the shadows pulling back as the structure began to cave in on itself. "Keep running," the man shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me into the woods. We dashed through the trees, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, urging us to turn back. I glanced over my shoulder just in time to see the shed collapse, shadows swirling and dissipating like smoke in the wind. Whatever had been there was now gone, but the feeling of dread lingered in the air. As we ran deeper into the woods, I could hear the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I was filled with questions, confusion swirling around me. What had just happened? Who was the man I had rescued? And what secrets had we uncovered? Finally, we reached a small clearing, and we both fell to the ground, panting heavily. The man turned to me, eyes wide with a mix of fear and urgency. "We need to talk," he said, his voice shaky. "And fast." "What just happened back there?" I demanded, still trying to catch my breath. Who was that man? What did he mean about playing with forces? He shook his head, clearly rattled. He's part of something much bigger than either of us. We stumbled into a conflict that's been brewing for a long time, a battle between those who seek the truth and those who want to keep it buried. I stared at him, my mind racing. "So, what now? Are we safe here?" "For now," he replied, glancing back toward the direction we had come. "But we need to keep moving. They'll come after us." I nodded, determination setting in. I couldn't let fear take control. Not now. Not after everything we had just faced. "Where do we go?" I asked, my thoughts already racing ahead. "Follow me. I know a place we can hide, at least for a little while. But you need to trust me." With that, we plunged deeper into the woods, the trees closing around us as we prepared for whatever lay ahead. The truth was out there, and I was determined to uncover it, even if it meant facing the darkness that had begun to consume us both. The night pressed in around us, the dense foliage swallowing the sounds of our footsteps. I could feel the weight of the man's urgency beside me, and it urged me to keep pace. My heart raced, not just from the fear of what we had escaped, but from the thrill of the unknown that lay ahead. We navigated through the underbrush, each branch and thorn scratching at our clothes and skin. The moon hung high above, a dim guide in the dark, casting elongated shadows that danced ominously around us. I felt as though we were being watched, the feeling prickling at the back of my neck. "What's your name?" I finally asked, trying to break the suffocating tension that hung between us. "Ethan," he replied, glancing sideways at me. "And you?" "Lila," I said, my voice slightly shaky. "What was that back there?" "That man. He knew something about me." Ethan hesitated, a shadow crossing his face. "He's part of a group that's been tracking people like us. Those who uncover the truth tend to attract attention, and not all of it is good." "People like us?" I echoed, confusion flooding my mind. "What do you mean?" He took a deep breath, steeling himself as we continued to walk. "People who have a knack for stumbling upon secrets. Some are just coincidences, but others, they lead to things that should remain hidden." I pondered this for a moment, remembering the odd occurrences in my life. The strange emails, the eerie feelings in certain places, the shadows that seemed to follow me even in the light of day. "So, is that why you were tied up? Because you found something?" Ethan nodded, the weight of his gaze piercing through the darkness. "I uncovered a lead, something that hinted at a larger conspiracy involving missing people. The moment I got too close, they grabbed me." He glanced back over his shoulder, as if expecting to see someone tailing us. "But you didn't run when you saw me. You came to help." I didn't know what else to do, I admitted, a sense of pride swelling within me despite the fear. "I couldn't just leave you there." "Good," he replied, a faint smile breaking through the tension. "That's exactly the kind of person you need to be." As we pressed on, the terrain began to change, becoming steeper and more treacherous. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and moss, and I could hear the distant sounds of wildlife, eerily calm. The deeper we went, the more I felt the pull of the unknown, an unquenchable curiosity that began to overshadow my fear. Finally, Ethan stopped, gesturing toward a narrow path that snaked down into a small ravine. "This way. There's an old cabin down there. It should provide some cover." I followed him down the path, the steep descent requiring careful footing. My mind was racing, filled with questions and dread about what we might find. The shadows seemed to lengthen as we moved closer to the cabin, an ancient structure half hidden by overgrown vines and trees. As we approached, I could see the weathered wood, the windows dark and cracked. It looked abandoned, yet something about it felt alive, as if it were waiting for us. "Are you sure this is safe?" I whispered, hesitating at the door. "Safer than where we just came from," Ethan replied, pushing the door open. It creaked ominously, revealing a dim interior filled with dust and neglect. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the weight of forgotten memories. Old furniture was scattered about, shrouded in cobwebs. A rusted lantern hung from the ceiling, its light long extinguished, and the floorboards creaked beneath our weight as we stepped inside. "We'll have to make it livable," Ethan said, scanning the room. "There might be supplies here we can use." I nodded, moving cautiously around the space. My heart pounded in my chest as I inspected the corners, half expecting something to leap out at me from the shadows. In the far corner, I spotted a small table cluttered with broken trinkets and old tools. Ethan began rummaging through the cabinets, opening drawers in search of anything useful. "We need food, water, anything that can help us survive for a bit," he said, his voice steady despite the unease in the air. I found a dusty old lantern and a few matches tucked away in a corner. With a flick of the match, the flame sprang to life, illuminating the room with a flickering glow. The shadows danced around us, and for a moment, it felt like the cabin had a pulse, as if it were alive with the secrets it held. "Nice work," Ethan said, glancing up at the lantern. "Now we can at least see what we're dealing with." We spent the next hour exploring the cabin, uncovering remnants of a life once lived. Old books with yellowed pages, a cracked mirror hanging on the wall, and a faded photograph of a family, their faces obscured by time. The deeper we dug, the more I felt an eerie connection to the place, as if it were drawing me in. "What do you think happened here?" I asked Ethan as we settled in, finally catching our breath. He leaned against the wall, his expression thoughtful. "It could be a lot of things. abandonment, tragedy, or even something darker. He paused, his brow furrowing. But whatever it was, we need to be careful. This place could hold more than just memories. As I looked around, unease settled in the pit of my stomach. I had the feeling that this cabin wasn't just a refuge. It was a crossroads between the past and our present. Perhaps even a gateway to the truth we sought. The night deepened outside, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was closing in, watching and waiting. What do we do now? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Ethan's gaze turned serious. We figure out what that man was after. We need to dig deeper into this, Lila. There's more at stake here than either of us realizes. As we sat in the dim light of the lantern, I felt the weight of our situation settle upon us. The journey ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty, but I knew one thing for sure. We couldn't turn back now. I had uncovered something that had put us both in peril, and there was no way I was leaving without getting to the bottom of it. Whatever secrets lay buried in the darkness, I was determined to face them head-on, alongside Ethan. In that moment, a newfound resolve took root within me. We were about to plunge into a world of shadows and truths, and I was ready to uncover the horrors that awaited us. The cabin felt both a sanctuary and a trap. With the lantern flickering softly, its light illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air, and I felt as though the shadows were whispering secrets that echoed off the walls. We needed a plan, a strategy to confront the uncertainty that loomed ahead. Ethan leaned forward, his hands resting on his knees. We need to gather our thoughts and piece together what we know. The man from earlier, the blood trail, it all connects somehow. I nodded, feeling a mix of apprehension and determination. What do you think he wanted? Why follow me? Ethan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You mentioned strange occurrences before, right? The emails, the feeling of being watched. Maybe you've tapped into something more significant than we realize. There could be a connection to those who have gone missing. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. You think I'm somehow involved in all this? Not involved, but connected. Maybe you've seen something or know something without realizing it, he replied, his tone earnest. We need to retrace your steps, find any clues that might lead us to the truth. I took a deep breath, remembering the disjointed fragments of my recent experiences. There's an abandoned warehouse near my old apartment. I found it a while back, and something about it felt wrong. I didn't think much of it then, but maybe it's significant. Ethan's eyes brightened with interest. That could be it. If there's a chance it connects to what's happening, we have to check it out. As we formulated our plan, a growing sense of urgency filled the space between us. We had no time to waste. The longer we stayed in hiding, the greater the risk that someone would find us, someone who might not be as forgiving as the man who had chased Ethan. I can't go back to my apartment, I said, anxiety creeping in. If they're watching me, Ethan cut me off gently. You won't have to. We'll go to the warehouse directly from here. We can keep a low profile until we gather more information. I felt a mix of relief and fear. And what if we find nothing? What if it leads us into more danger? We can't let fear dictate our actions, he replied, his voice steady. Knowledge is our best weapon. If we don't go, we'll never know. Besides, we're in this together. His words echoed in my mind, igniting a flame of courage I didn't know I had. With a shared understanding, we made a pact. Whatever the risks, we would face them head on. Once we had decided on our course of action, we rummaged through the cabin for supplies. Ethan found a sturdy backpack, which we filled with essentials. Water bottles, snacks, a flashlight, and some makeshift first aid supplies. I unearthed an old map tucked away in one of the drawers, showing the surrounding area and its roads. The faded lines and worn paper felt like remnants of a forgotten time. With the lantern illuminating our path, we made our final preparations. I looked around the cabin one last time, sensing its history, its essence. Do you think anyone will come back here? I asked, more to break the silence than out of genuine curiosity. Whoever lived here might have left for a reason, Ethan replied, his voice low. But for now, it's ours. Let's make sure we don't leave any trace behind. I felt a shiver of unease at his words, but I nodded. The last thing we needed was to attract unwanted attention. Once we felt ready, we doused the lantern, plunging ourselves into darkness. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of what lay ahead. Together, we stepped outside into the cool night air, the shadows of the trees wrapping around us like a cloak. "Stay close," Ethan instructed, and I felt the thrill of fear and excitement course through me. We began to navigate the treacherous path that led away from the cabin and deeper into the woods. Each rustle of leaves, each snapping twig beneath our feet heightened my senses, every sound becoming amplified in the silence of the night. As we moved, the landscape began to change. The trees thinned out, and we found ourselves in a small clearing. The moon bathed the area in a silvery glow, and for a moment, it felt peaceful. But I knew better. This was merely a brief reprieve. "Do you see that?" Ethan whispered, pointing to a distant outline. I squinted into the darkness, trying to make out what he was referring to. There it was, a shadowy structure, unmistakably the silhouette of the warehouse. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized it. I had passed by it countless times, but had never dared to venture close. Now, the fear that had kept me away felt like a looming specter, taunting me from the shadows. "It looks abandoned," I murmured, trying to shake off the dread. "Are you sure we should be doing this?" "Trust me, Lila. This could be our chance to uncover the truth," Ethan urged. "Just stay alert. We don't know what's waiting for us." We crept closer, the gravel crunching softly underfoot. The warehouse loomed larger as we approached, its windows shattered and its doors hanging askew. It looked like a relic of the past, a forgotten reminder of what once was. "Let's check the back entrance first," Ethan suggested, leading the way. We moved cautiously, staying low and out of sight, the adrenaline coursing through our veins. As we reached the rear of the building, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Ethan glanced at me, his expression serious. "We need to be quick. If we find anything, we don't linger." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest as he pushed open a rusted door. It creaked ominously, echoing in the stillness. The sight that greeted us was unsettling. A vast room filled with broken machinery, scattered debris, and remnants of what seemed to be past lives. Ethan scanned the area, his eyes narrowing in concentration. "This is where we start. Let's see if we can find any clues." We stepped inside, the air heavy with dust and neglect. As I looked around, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, making my skin crawl. "Over here," Ethan called, his voice breaking the silence as he pointed toward a corner. I hurried to his side, my pulse quickening as I saw what he had discovered, a cluster of old photographs scattered on the ground. "What do you see?" I asked, trying to peer over his shoulder. Ethan picked one up, his expression darkening. "These look like missing persons reports. All of them, people who disappeared around this area." My stomach dropped as I reached for a photo. It was grainy, the face of a young woman staring back at me. I felt an unsettling chill wash over me as I recognized her. "I know her. She lived a few blocks from my apartment." "Then we're definitely onto something," Ethan replied, urgency lacing his voice. "We need to gather these and keep looking." As he collected the photos, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread creeping in. Each face represented a life lost, a story cut short, and the realization that we were entangled in something far darker than I had anticipated. "Ethan," I began, but he suddenly froze, his expression shifting from determination to alarm. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, straining to listen. A faint noise echoed through the warehouse, a soft scuffling sound, followed by a low murmur. My heart raced as panic gripped me. Someone else was here. "Hi," Ethan urged, and we quickly ducked behind a large piece of machinery. My mind raced as I pressed my back against the cold metal, trying to stifle my breath. We could hear footsteps approaching, muffled voices growing louder. My pulse thundered in my ears as I peered through the gap, catching glimpses of shadowy figures moving through the dim light. "Check over there," one of the voices said, a male tone filled with authority. "We can't let anyone get away. They might know too much." My breath caught in my throat. Who were they? What did they want? Ethan glanced at me, his eyes wide with fear. "We need to stay quiet. If they find us..." I nodded, biting my lip to suppress the rising panic. We had stumbled into something we couldn't comprehend, and now we were trapped. The figures moved closer, and I could hear their voices more clearly now. "Did you see that guy? He was with her. They can't be far. They were looking for us." The realization hit me like a brick, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. "Lila," Ethan whispered urgently, "we need to find another way out. Now." As they searched the area, we moved cautiously, sticking to the shadows. My heart raced as I realized the full extent of the danger we faced. With each passing moment, it felt as though we were in a game of cat and mouse, the stakes higher than I had ever imagined. We were no longer just seeking answers. We were now prey. "Over there," Ethan whispered, pointing to a faint light filtering through a broken window. We made our way toward it, adrenaline fueling our every movement. As we approached, I could see a narrow opening where the window had shattered, a potential escape route. "Go," Ethan urged, pushing me toward the opening. I squeezed through the jagged space, feeling the sharp edges graze my skin. Once outside, we took off into the night, the darkness enveloping us like a shroud. The sounds of the warehouse faded behind us, replaced by the chorus of the night. We ran, not stopping until we reached a thicket of trees that concealed us from view. I could feel my heart pounding, my breath coming in gasps as we crouched behind the foliage. "What now?" I panted, trying to catch my breath. Ethan looked around, his eyes scanning the shadows. "We need to regroup and figure out our next move. They'll be searching for us, and we can't go back to the cabin." As we crouched in the darkness, the gravity of our situation sank in. We had uncovered something horrifying, something that had drawn us into a web of danger. But as I sat there, hidden from the world, a resolve took root within me. Whatever it took, I was determined to unravel this mystery. We had come too far to turn back now. With Ethan by my side, I was ready to face whatever nightmares awaited us. The truth was out there, and we would find it, no matter the cost. As we crouched in the underbrush, the weight of our discovery pressed down on me like a heavy fog. The fear of being hunted blended with a fierce determination to uncover the truth. I glanced at Ethan, whose expression mirrored my own resolve. "We need to move further away," he whispered, glancing back toward the warehouse. "They'll be looking for us near the entrance. If we stick to the shadows, we can find a safer spot to regroup." Nodding, we quietly crept deeper into the woods, careful to avoid snapping twigs and rustling leaves. Each step felt like a heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the night, a reminder of the urgency that hung in the air. The trees towered above us, their branches weaving a tangled canopy that obscured the moonlight. After what felt like an eternity of moving through the dense undergrowth, we finally found a small clearing, just far enough from the warehouse to breathe easier. We sank to the ground, fatigue washing over me like a tide. "Let's catch our breath," Ethan suggested, running a hand through his hair. "We need to think this through. What do we do next?" I leaned back against a tree, my mind racing. Those photographs, they're more than just missing persons. They're connected to whatever is happening around here. We have to find out who took them and why. "Agreed," he said, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "But we need to be smart about this. They'll be looking for us, and we can't afford to make any mistakes." I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. "What if we go back to your apartment? We can use your computer to dig up more information about the missing people. Maybe there are recent reports or social media posts that can help us piece this together." Ethan hesitated, a frown creasing his forehead. "I don't know. If they've been watching you, they might already have eyes on your place. We need a safer option." "What about the library?" I suggested, the idea forming as I spoke. "It's public, and we can blend in. We could use their computers to search without drawing attention." "That could work," Ethan replied, nodding slowly. "And it's a good place to gather more information without being too conspicuous. Let's get moving." We set off again, moving quickly and quietly through the trees, avoiding the main paths as much as possible. With every rustle of leaves or distant sound, I felt a jolt of anxiety. The darkness around us was thick, and I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching us from the shadows. The moon hung high, casting eerie shadows that danced along the ground. I focused on my breathing, reminding myself to stay calm. With Ethan beside me, I felt a bit braver, but the fear of what we had encountered loomed large in my mind. After a tense journey, we finally reached the library, a stone structure that loomed in the night, its windows dim but welcoming. We slipped through the doors, grateful for the safety of its walls. The smell of old books and polished wood filled the air, grounding me in a familiar place. Inside, the quiet hum of the library enveloped us. We scanned the area, ensuring there were no familiar faces before making our way to the computer section. A few patrons were scattered around, absorbed in their own worlds, oblivious to the storm brewing just outside. "Let's find a corner," Ethan whispered, leading me to a secluded workstation tucked away from view. We settled in, each of us sitting at a computer, fingers hovering over the keyboards. As I logged in, I could feel the tension in the air, the weight of our mission pressing down on us. I searched for the names from the photographs, my heart pounding with each keystroke. The library's internet connection felt painfully slow, and I was acutely aware of every second ticking away. "Got anything?" Ethan asked, glancing at my screen. "Just a bunch of local news articles about missing persons," I replied, frustration creeping in. "Nothing that connects to the warehouse, or whatever this is." "Keep looking," he urged, typing furiously at his own computer. "I'll see if there are any records of recent disappearances." As we worked in silence, the room seemed to shrink around us. The soft glow of the screens illuminated our faces, but outside, the world felt heavy with the impending storm. Then, as if on cue, I stumbled across something. "Wait, look at this," I exclaimed, pointing to an article that had just loaded. It detailed a string of disappearances linked to a series of local businesses that had been forced to close under mysterious circumstances. Ethan leaned closer, his brow furrowing in concentration. "This is exactly what we're looking for." It mentions an investigation that was abruptly halted due to insufficient evidence. "Insufficient? They're missing people," I replied, incredulous. "How can that be?" "Money talks," Ethan muttered, a grim expression on his face. "If there's a connection to local businesses, there might be someone powerful behind all this trying to cover their tracks." I scrolled through the article, scanning for any names or clues that could lead us to the truth. Suddenly, something caught my eye. An address linked to one of the businesses that had gone dark, a storage facility just outside town. "Look at this," I said, excitement bubbling in my chest. "This storage facility, it could be a lead. If we're lucky, it might even be connected to the warehouse." "Let's write it down and get moving," Ethan said, his voice tense. "We can't waste any time. If they're onto us, we need to be one step ahead." We quickly noted the address and logged off the computers, glancing around the library to make sure we hadn't attracted any unwanted attention. The last thing we needed was to draw the ire of whoever was hunting us. "Let's stick to the back roads," Ethan suggested, leading the way out of the library. "We don't want to risk being seen by anyone who might recognize us." I nodded, my heart racing as we stepped back into the cool night air. The library had felt like a temporary refuge, but now, as we made our way toward the storage facility, the weight of our choices settled heavily on my shoulders. As we walked, the shadows around us seemed to deepen, almost as if they were reaching out. The path felt endless, and the air grew colder, tightening around us like a vice. "What if we're wrong?" I asked, the words slipping out before I could stop them. "What if we're just walking into a trap?" Ethan paused, turning to face me. "We can't think like that. If we do, we're already defeated. We need to focus on what we can do and how to protect ourselves." I took a deep breath, steeling myself. He was right. We had come too far to back down now. "Let's just get to that storage facility and see what we can find," I said, my voice steady. With renewed determination, we pressed on, moving through the night with purpose. The address burned in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were getting closer to uncovering something much darker than we had anticipated. As we approached the storage facility, a sense of dread wrapped around me like a cold blanket. The building loomed ahead, its exterior worn and unwelcoming. The gate was half open, as if inviting us into its depths, or perhaps warning us away. "Stay close," Ethan whispered, glancing around for any signs of life. We stepped through the gate, the gravel crunching underfoot. The air was thick with tension, and every instinct screamed that we were treading on dangerous ground. "Let's check the nearest units," Ethan suggested, leading the way toward the first row of storage doors. Each one looked identical, metal, worn, and locked tight. "Where do we even start?" I asked, feeling the anxiety rise again. "Let's see if any of them are unlocked," he replied, scanning the area. "If not, we might have to get creative." As we approached the first unit, Ethan tried the handle. It rattled but didn't budge. He moved to the next one, and I followed closely, my heart racing with anticipation and fear. One by one, we found them all locked, each door a barrier keeping us from the secrets inside. But then, as we approached the end of the row, I noticed something odd. A door slightly ajar, creaking softly as if beckoning us to come closer. "Look," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Ethan's eyes widened as he moved toward it. This could be it. We exchanged a glance, both aware of the risk we were taking. But the pull of curiosity was too strong to resist. We exchanged one last nod, a silent agreement that we would face whatever lay beyond that door together. Ethan pushed it open, and it swung wide with an eerie creak. The inside was dark, the air thick with dust and neglect. I felt a chill run down my spine as we stepped inside, the dim light barely illuminating the contents of the unit. Boxes were stacked haphazardly against the walls, some old and weathered, others sealed tight. It felt like a time capsule, frozen moments from the past, waiting to be unearthed. "Let's start looking," Ethan said, moving cautiously toward the first box. As we rifled through the contents, my heart raced with every item we unearthed. Old toys, clothing, and trinkets from lives long forgotten filled the boxes. But then, something caught my eye, a small, tattered journal tucked in the corner. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against its worn cover. The title was faded, but I could just make out the words, "Memories of the Lost." "What did you find?" Ethan asked, turning to me. "It's a journal," I replied, flipping it open. The pages were yellowed, filled with handwritten notes and sketches. My pulse quickened as I began to read, the words pulling me into a world of memories and despair. The journal chronicled the lives of several individuals, people who had once been vibrant and full of life, now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Each entry painted a vivid picture of their experiences, their joys, and ultimately, their disappearances. As I flipped through the pages, I realized with growing horror that many of the names matched those from the photographs we had found in the warehouse. "Ethan, you need to see this," I said, urgency lacing my voice. He moved closer, peering over my shoulder as I pointed out the entries. "These are the missing people," he said, disbelief creeping into his tone. "It's all connected." Just then, a noise echoed from outside the unit, a sharp sound that made my blood run cold. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my heart racing. Ethan nodded, his expression tense. "We need to get out of here now." As we prepared to leave, the door suddenly slammed shut with a resounding bang, plunging us into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "We're trapped," I gasped, panic rising in my chest. "Stay calm," Ethan urged, trying to handle again. "I'll find a way out." We pressed our ears against the door, straining to hear any sounds from outside. The atmosphere was thick with tension, each moment feeling like an eternity. Then, footsteps echoed from the corridor, growing louder. "We have to hide," I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. Ethan scanned the room, spotting a stack of boxes in the corner. "Quick, over there!" We dove behind the boxes, our breaths coming in short gasps. The footsteps drew closer, the door rattling ominously as someone tried to push it open. "Who's in there?" a voice called out, deep and menacing. We exchanged terrified glances, our hearts racing as we held our breath. The figure outside continued to push against the door, frustration evident in their voice. "Open up, I know you're in there." The tension was suffocating as we crouched in silence, every instinct telling us to run. But we were trapped, hidden behind the boxes as the intruder continued to rattle the door. "Come on, don't make this harder than it has to be," the voice taunted. I just want to talk. Ethan's eyes flickered to mine, his expression a mix of fear and determination. We can't stay here. We need to make a break for it. The door groaned under the pressure, and suddenly it burst open, the hinges creaking as a figure stepped inside, silhouetted against the dim light from the hallway. My heart dropped as I took in the scene. A tall man, dressed in dark clothing, eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. "Found you," he said, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Before I could process what was happening, Ethan sprang into action, shoving me toward the back of the unit. "Run," he shouted as he lunged toward the man. Adrenaline surged through me as I dashed past them, heart racing. I could hear the scuffle behind me, the sound of their bodies colliding, but I couldn't look back. I had to escape. I sprinted toward the open door, but before I could reach it, the man blocked my path, eyes narrowed in fury. "Where do you think you're going?" he hissed, his hand reaching out to grab me. With a surge of panic, I dodged to the side, adrenaline fueling my movements. I raced through the door, heart pounding as I burst into the hallway, desperately searching for an escape route. "Over here!" I heard Ethan shout from behind me, and I followed the sound of his voice, my pulse thrumming in my ears. We barreled down the corridor, our footsteps echoing in the confined space as we sprinted toward the exit. The darkness loomed around us, but I could feel the glimmer of hope pushing me forward. As we neared the entrance, I could hear the man's footsteps closing in behind us. "You can't escape," he yelled, rage filling his voice. Ethan grabbed my hand, pulling me through the doors and out into the open air. We stumbled into the night, gasping for breath, our lungs burning from the exertion. "Keep running," he urged, dragging me along as we fled into the darkness. The storage facility receded behind us, swallowed by the shadows as we raced into the unknown. We didn't stop until we reached the safety of a nearby alley, where we crouched down, hearts pounding. The adrenaline surged through my veins as I tried to process what had just happened. "What the hell was that?" I gasped, trying to catch my breath. Ethan shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. "I don't know, but we need to get as far away from here as possible." We exchanged frantic glances, knowing that the danger wasn't over yet. The mystery we had stumbled into was far more sinister than we had ever imagined, and now we were entangled in its web. "We need to figure out our next move," I said, voice trembling slightly. "We can't go back to the cabin, and we can't stay out here. Let's head to the old diner," Ethan suggested. "It's open all night, and it'll be a safe place to lay low and regroup." I nodded, my heart still racing as we navigated through the dark streets, each shadow feeling like a lurking threat. But together, we were stronger, and the determination to uncover the truth burned fiercely within us. As we approached the diner, the neon lights flickered overhead, casting a warm glow in the dark night. We slipped inside, grateful for the sense of normalcy amidst the chaos. The diner was nearly empty, the hum of quiet conversation filling the air. We took a booth at the back, our eyes scanning the room for any signs of danger. Once we were settled, I leaned in, my voice low. "We need to piece together everything we've found so far. There's a reason we were targeted, and if we can figure that out, we can protect ourselves." Ethan nodded, his brow furrowing in concentration. "Let's start with the journal. There must be something in there that can lead us to the truth." We pulled the journal from my bag, our fingers trembling with anticipation. As we flipped through the pages, we began to connect the dots, each entry revealing more about the lives of those who had disappeared, hinting at a larger network of secrets hidden beneath the surface. As I read aloud, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the verge of uncovering something monumental, something that would change everything. But just as I was about to turn the page, a shadow fell over our table, and I looked up to see a familiar face staring back at us. My heart sank. "Looks like I found you," the man from the storage facility said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Before we could react, he reached into his jacket, and my blood ran cold. I knew then that the nightmare was far from over. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The summer of our childhood in Maplewood was always a tapestry woven with laughter, adventure, and the bittersweet tang of ice cream melting in the heat. Emma and I, best friends since we could remember, would ride our bikes through the streets, chase fireflies at dusk, and share secrets under the old oak tree. That tree stood as a sentinel to our lives, each carving in its bark a testament to our friendship. But as summer rolled into its final weeks, something shifted. Emma, once vibrant and full of life, began to pull away. I noticed it first in her laughter, which started to fade, replaced by an air of distraction. I attributed it to the usual growing pains of adolescence, family troubles, school stress, or perhaps the looming changes that high school would bring. The last time I saw her was on a Saturday afternoon. We had planned to meet at our oak tree for a picnic, a cherished ritual of ours. I arrived with a basket full of our favorite snacks, peanut butter sandwiches, apples, and a couple of homemade cookies. As I laid out the blanket beneath the sprawling branches, I felt an unsettling tension in the air. Minutes turned into hours. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. I called her name, the sound of my voice echoing in the stillness. No response. I waited, hoping she would appear, laughing and apologizing for being late. But as the twilight deepened, unease settled in my stomach. Finally, I made my way to her house, a familiar path that now felt foreign. I knocked on the door, my heart racing with anxiety. Emma's mother answered, her face pale and strained. "She hasn't come home yet," she said, her voice quivering slightly. "I thought she was with you." Panic gripped me. "Can I help look for her?" I offered, though I could barely find my voice. "Yes, please," her mother replied, glancing down the street as if expecting Emma to walk into view at any moment. The search was frantic. We scoured the neighborhood, calling out her name, retracing our steps to every place we had ever played. The once comforting streets of Maplewood began to feel sinister, each passing minute thickening the air with dread. As night fell, the town transformed. Streetlights flickered on, illuminating the faces of the search party that had gathered. Neighbors joined us, their faces drawn with worry. The laughter and chatter that had once characterized our summer nights was replaced with anxious whispers and hushed calls for Emma. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as we reached the edge of the woods where we used to play hide and seek. I hesitated at the tree line, feeling an instinctive pull to explore the shadows. "Emma," I shouted, my voice cracking. The only reply was the rustling of leaves in the cool breeze. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a flicker of movement. It was faint, just a glimpse, but it sent my heart racing. I ventured further into the woods, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Each step felt like a journey into another world, one filled with unknowns. I called out again, my voice filled with desperation. "Emma, where are you?" The trees stood silent, their gnarled branches resembling twisted fingers pointing back at me. Then, I heard it, a faint sound, like a whisper carried by the wind. It beckoned me, drawing me deeper into the woods. I followed the sound, my pulse quickening with each step. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding settled over me. I felt like I was being watched, but I couldn't turn back now. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a clearing, the moonlight spilling down like liquid silver. In the center stood an old, abandoned house, its windows dark and hollow. A shiver ran down my spine as I approached, the whispers growing louder, almost pleading. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, revealing a dusty interior that smelled of mold and decay. The air felt thick, heavy with secrets waiting to be uncovered. "Emma," I called out, the sound of my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. The darkness loomed around me, and I knew that I had crossed a threshold from which there might be no return. The air inside the abandoned house was stale, heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. As I stepped further in, the floorboards creaked beneath my feet, sending echoes through the desolate halls. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the cracked windows, and I felt a chill creep down my spine, as if the very walls were whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. "Emma," I shouted again, the desperation in my voice mingling with the haunting silence. The only reply was the soft rustle of leaves outside and the distant hoot of an owl. I moved cautiously through the living room, where old furniture lay draped in dusty sheets, remnants of a time long gone. A sense of foreboding settled over me as I approached the staircase. It loomed ahead, dark and inviting, and I felt an unshakable urge to climb it. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to return to the safety of the familiar streets of Maplewood. But I couldn't turn back now, not when Emma was still missing. With each step I took, the floor creaked under my weight, the sound echoing in the stillness. I reached the landing, the air growing colder as I glanced down the narrow hallway. A door stood ajar at the end, a thin sliver of darkness peeking through. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding. With a shaky hand, I pushed the door open, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with old photographs, faded and peeling, each one depicting a family that once lived here. Their eyes seemed to follow me, filled with a mixture of sorrow and despair. In the center of the room, a small table held an array of dusty trinkets. My gaze fell on a delicate music box, its surface etched with intricate designs. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cool metal. As I wound it up, a soft, haunting melody filled the air, sending shivers down my spine. The moment was surreal, and I felt an unsettling connection to the place, as if the music box was a bridge to the past. But before I could contemplate further, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway behind me. I turned, my heart racing, but the corridor was empty. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. Silence answered, and I felt a creeping sense of dread. There was something in this house, something that didn't want me here. Suddenly, I heard it again, a faint whisper, clear as day. "Help me." The voice was weak, almost ghostly, and it sent a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. It sounded like Emma. Without thinking, I dashed down the hallway, following the voice that seemed to beckon me from another realm. It led me to a door at the end, slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and my breath caught in my throat. Inside was a small room, dimly lit by a single flickering bulb. The walls were lined with shelves cluttered with bizarre objects, old dolls, rusted keys, and faded letters. In the corner sat a figure, hunched and cloaked in shadows. "Emma," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. The figure turned, and I felt my heart drop. It was a woman, her face obscured by shadows, her eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, her voice low and gravelly. "Where's Emma?" I demanded, stepping closer despite the fear that clawed at my insides. The woman's gaze pierced through me. "She's in danger," she replied, her voice laced with urgency. "The house, it feeds on the lost. It's hungry for more." "What do you mean?" I asked, my pulse quickening. "The old stories are true," she said, her voice trembling. "This place is a trap. Emma was drawn here, just as you were. If you don't leave now, you may never escape." Before I could respond, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, shaking the very foundation of the house. The woman flinched, her eyes wide with fear. "You must go. Now." I hesitated for a heartbeat, torn between the instinct to flee and the desperate need to find Emma. But as the shadows in the room thickened and the air grew colder, I felt the pull of danger closing in around me. "Emma," I shouted one last time, hoping against hope that she would hear me. The silence that followed felt like a death knell, and I knew I had to make a choice. With a final glance at the woman, I turned and raced down the hallway, my heart pounding in my ears. As I reached the staircase, I could hear the sound of whispers all around me, urgent and pleading. They seemed to call my name, to lure me back into the darkness. I bolted down the stairs, desperate to escape the suffocating shadows that threatened to consume me. The front door loomed ahead, a beacon of hope, and I pushed it open with all my strength, stumbling out into the cool night air. But as I looked back, the house seemed to stand taller, its windows dark and empty, as if it had swallowed my friend whole. A sense of dread settled in my stomach. This was just the beginning of a nightmare I couldn't yet comprehend. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the streets of Maplewood as I stumbled away from the haunted house. My mind raced, a whirlwind of thoughts and fears spiraling into confusion. Emma was still out there somewhere, and the old woman's warning echoed in my ears. I had to find her before it was too late. With each step I took, the dread in my chest intensified. I needed answers. Answers that could only come from the town's history and the secrets buried beneath its surface. The first place that came to mind was the library. It was small, but the dusty old shelves held more stories than anyone could count. And if there was anything about the house, I would find it there. I arrived at the library, my heart racing as I pushed through the heavy wooden door. The scent of aged paper and leather-bound books enveloped me like a comforting embrace. The librarian, Mrs. Hawkins, looked up from her desk, her eyebrows knitting together in concern. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked, noticing my disheveled state. "I'm looking for information about the old house on Maple Street," I replied, urgency lacing my voice. "It's important." She hesitated, a shadow passing over her features. "That house has a dark history. Many have tried to uncover its secrets, but not all have returned." I felt a chill at her words, but I couldn't back down now. "I need to know what happened there. Please." Mrs. Hawkins nodded, her expression softening. "Very well. The archives are in the back. There are records of the town's history, but you must be careful. The truth can be more dangerous than you realize." I made my way to the archives, my pulse quickening with anticipation. Dust motes danced in the beams of light streaming through the windows as I sifted through old newspapers, yellowed documents, and fragile photographs. Each piece of paper told a story, and I was determined to uncover the one that would lead me to Emma. Hours passed as I delved deeper into the town's past. I discovered tales of the house, a once vibrant home that had slowly fallen into disrepair, its owners plagued by tragedy and loss. One family had vanished without a trace, their fate forever entwined with the dark lore surrounding the place. Then I found it, a newspaper clipping from decades ago, detailing a series of strange occurrences in the town. Mysterious disappearances linked to haunted house. It read, the headline stark against the faded paper. The article detailed how several children had gone missing over the years, each last seen near the old house. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. As I read on, I stumbled upon a chilling passage about a local legend. An ancient spirit said to inhabit the house, a force that preyed upon the innocent and lost. The victims were drawn to the house, unable to resist its call, and those who entered seldom returned. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This was the same story the woman in the house had hinted at. Emma had been drawn in, just like the others. Determined to find more, I began piecing together the history of the house. There were whispers of rituals and dark magic, of a family who had dabbled in the occult, inviting forces far beyond their control. It seemed that the house itself was a conduit for these energies, a place where boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. Suddenly, a thought struck me. There had to be a way to break the house's hold over Emma, a way to bring her back. I quickly gathered my findings and headed for the exit, my heart racing with a newfound sense of purpose. Back outside, the streets were quiet, the weight of the night pressing down on me. I needed help. There was one person in town who might understand the nature of the house better than anyone else. Old Man Fletcher. He was a reclusive figure, often seen wandering the town with wild eyes and a beard tangled like the branches of the trees. He was known for his tales of the supernatural and the strange occurrences in Maplewood. I made my way to his ramshackle house at the edge of town. The night air was thick with anticipation, and as I approached, I could see the faint glow of a lantern flickering inside. I knocked hesitantly, the sound echoing in the stillness. "Come in," a gravelly voice called from within. I stepped inside, the scent of herbs and smoke filling my lungs. Old Man Fletcher sat hunched over a table, various strange artifacts surrounding him. His eyes, sharp and discerning, met mine. "Ah, a seeker of truths are you?" he said, his voice low and rumbling. "What brings you to my door at such an hour?" "I need your help," I replied, urgency spilling from my lips. "It's about the old house on Maple Street and my friend Emma. She's gone missing, and I believe the house has something to do with it." His expression darkened, and he leaned back in his chair, considering my words. "The house has a long and twisted history. Many have been drawn to its darkness, but few have escaped. You seek to uncover what lies beneath, but be warned, The truth may be more than you bargained for." I nodded, desperation fueling my determination. "I found stories about disappearances and a dark spirit that haunts it. I need to save her." Fletcher regarded me for a moment before rising to his feet. "Then we must act quickly. There are rituals that can bind the spirit, but you must be prepared to face whatever it is that lurks within those walls. The night holds many secrets, and the house will not give up its hold easily." Together, we gathered supplies, candles, herbs, and old charms that he insisted would help protect us. My heart raced with anticipation and fear as we made our way back to the house. With each step closer, the memories of Emma flooded my mind, her laughter and warmth echoing like a siren's call. As we reached the house, a sense of foreboding washed over me. I knew that whatever lay inside would challenge not only my courage but my very understanding of reality. The door creaked open, the darkness inviting yet ominous, and I felt a chill as we stepped inside. "Stay close," Fletcher whispered, his voice low and serious. "The house will try to separate us. Trust in the light we bring." With that, we moved deeper into the shadows, the air thickening around us as if the house itself were alive. The journey to find Emma had just begun, and the true horror awaited us within. The darkness inside the house enveloped us like a heavy shroud, and with each step, I felt the weight of countless lost souls pressing against my chest. Old Man Fletcher lit a candle, its flickering flame casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls, bringing the haunting memories to life. The music box's melody still echoed faintly in my mind, a ghostly reminder of the lure this place held. "Stay alert," Fletcher cautioned, his eyes scanning the dimly lit surroundings. "The spirit of this house is cunning. It feeds on fear and doubt." I nodded, my heart racing. The air was thick with an unsettling energy, and I felt a chill creeping up my spine. "Where do we start?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "We need to locate the heart of the house," he replied, moving with purpose toward the staircase. "The spirit often resides in the deepest shadows, where its power is strongest." We ascended the stairs, the creaks echoing ominously, and I couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were watching us from the darkness. As we reached the second floor, the atmosphere shifted. A heaviness settled in the air, thickening like fog. The hallway stretched out before us, doors lined on either side, each one a potential portal to the unknown. "We must be methodical," Fletcher said, his voice steady despite the palpable tension. "We'll check each room until we find her, or whatever holds her captive." We began our search, opening doors to reveal dusty, forgotten spaces. One room held a collection of broken toys, their eyes seeming to follow us as we entered. Another contained a small writing desk cluttered with letters, some yellowed with age. Each room seemed to whisper secrets, but none revealed what we sought. As we moved deeper into the house, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hallway, extinguishing our candle. The darkness felt alive, swirling around us, and I fought the instinct to panic. I reached for my phone, its screen providing a dim light. "Fletcher," I called, my voice trembling. "What's happening?" "Stay calm," he urged, his voice steady despite the chaos. "The house is trying to intimidate us. It thrives on fear. We need to push through." I took a deep breath, focusing on the light of my phone. "What do we do now?" "We need to confront the spirit directly. It's likely trying to separate us, to instill doubt. We must stand united." We continued our search, and as we approached the final door at the end of the hallway, an unnatural silence enveloped us. I hesitated, sensing something dark lurking behind it. "This must be it," I whispered, my pulse quickening. Fletcher nodded, his expression serious. "On 3, we open it together. Ready?" I nodded, determination mingling with fear. 1, 2, 3. We pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit room filled with shadows. In the center stood a mirror, its surface murky and cracked. But it wasn't the mirror that caught my attention, it was the figure standing before it. Emma stood there, her eyes wide with fear, trapped in a state of despair. "Help me," she cried, her voice filled with panic. "Emma," I shouted, stepping forward. But as I did, the room shifted, and the mirror rippled like water. A shadowy figure emerged, a dark shape that loomed over Emma, its eyes glowing with malice. "Do not approach," Fletcher shouted, pulling me back. "It's a trick. The spirit is trying to draw you in." The figure turned, its form shifting and twisting, taking on the semblance of Emma, but darker, twisted. "Join me," it hissed, its voice a chilling echo of my friend's. "You can be free of this burden." "Emma, fight it," I yelled, desperate to reach her. "You're stronger than this. Help me," she pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please." The shadow surged forward, its hand reaching for Emma, and I felt a surge of anger rise within me. "No, get away from her," I yelled, stepping forward despite Fletcher's warning. "Don't," he shouted, but I was already moving. I could feel the darkness wrapping around me, trying to pull me into its depths, but I pushed back, focusing on the bond one shared with Emma. "Remember our friendship. Remember who you are," I cried, reaching out for her. "You're not alone." The shadow hesitated, its form flickering as if unsure. "You cannot save her," it hissed, but its voice wavered. "Together, Emma, we can break free," I shouted, and I could see a flicker of recognition in her eyes. With renewed determination, I charged forward, grabbing the edge of the mirror. "This ends now," I declared, my voice echoing in the small room. As I held on, the darkness surged, and I felt a jolt of energy coursing through me. The room exploded in light, a blinding brilliance that shattered the shadow's hold. The figure writhed, its form breaking apart, dissipating into the air like smoke. "Emma," I called, and the light enveloped her, breaking the hold the darkness had over her. She gasped as the shadows receded, her eyes returning to their familiar warmth. "Ryan," she murmured, confusion clouding her expression. "Is it really you?" "Yes, I'm here," I replied, my heart swelling with relief. "I'm so glad you're okay." The mirror cracked further, shards scattering across the floor, and I reached for her, pulling her into a tight embrace. "We need to get out of here," I whispered urgently. "Now!" Fletcher stood at the doorway, a mixture of relief and determination on his face. "We need to leave now. The spirit won't give up easily." As we made our way back through the house, the walls seemed to close in around us, the shadows reaching out like tendrils. I could feel the malevolent force swirling, trying to reclaim its prey. "Keep moving," Fletcher urged, leading the way. We rushed down the staircase, the sound of our footsteps echoing through the halls. I could feel the darkness closing in, the whispers rising in intensity. "We're almost there," Fletcher shouted as we reached the front door. With one final push, we burst into the cool night air, the darkness of the house retreating behind us. We stumbled onto the lawn, panting and gasping for breath, the weight of the house lifting as the doors slammed shut. I turned to Emma, tears of relief streaming down my cheeks. "You're safe. We made it." But the victory was short-lived. As we stepped away, I turned back to the house, feeling its lingering presence. The shadows remained, swirling in the windows, and I knew this battle was only a momentary reprieve. The true fight against the darkness was far from over. The chill of the night air enveloped us, a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness we had just escaped. Emma stood beside me, her face pale, but her eyes flickered with a fierce determination. Old Man Fletcher, breathing heavily, scanned the perimeter of the house as if expecting the shadows to re-emerge at any moment. "We need to leave," he urged, his voice steady despite the chaos we had just faced. "The spirit won't give up easily. It's been waiting too long for a chance to reclaim what it considers its own." "Where do we go?" I asked, feeling the adrenaline begin to ebb, replaced by a creeping sense of dread. "To the old lighthouse," Fletcher replied, his gaze unwavering. "It's been abandoned for years, but it's the only place far enough away where we might find some peace and safety. The spirit will follow us if we linger here." I looked at Emma, who nodded, determination etched on her face. "I trust you," she said softly. "Let's do this." We hurried to my car, the distant sounds of the night swirling around us. The shadows of the house loomed behind us, dark and ominous, as if waiting to swallow us whole. I revved the engine, and we sped off, leaving the haunted house in our wake. The drive was tense, the weight of our ordeal hanging heavily in the air. I could feel the unspoken questions bubbling beneath the surface. What had we truly faced? What had happened to Emma in that dark room? The fear still clung to us, a reminder that we had narrowly escaped something far more sinister. As we approached the lighthouse, its silhouette rose starkly against the night sky. It loomed like a specter, battered by the elements, but still standing tall. "This is it," I said, parking the car and turning to Emma and Fletcher. "Let's hope it offers the sanctuary we need." We stepped out into the cold wind, the salty scent of the ocean mingling with the crisp night air. The lighthouse appeared desolate, its paint peeling, and its windows dark, but something about it felt less threatening than the house we had just escaped. Inside, the air was musty, the floorboards creaking under our weight. We gathered in the main room, surrounded by remnants of a time long past. Discarded fishing gear, rusted lanterns, and the faint smell of sea salt. The spiral staircase wound upward, disappearing into darkness. "Let's get to the top," Fletcher suggested. "The higher we are, the safer we'll feel. We can keep watch from there." We ascended the staircase, each step echoing ominously in the stillness. The wind howled outside, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the house, now just a memory, was still watching us, still holding on to its secrets. At the top, the lantern room opened up to a breathtaking view of the ocean, waves crashing violently against the rocks below. I took a deep breath, the salt air filling my lungs, but the beauty of the scene was marred by the fear gnawing at me. "Now what?" Emma asked, her voice barely above a whisper as we stood at the edge, the wind whipping through our hair. "We wait," Fletcher replied, his expression serious. "We need to regroup and understand what we're dealing with. I can sense the spirit's anger. It won't just let us go." Hours passed as we sat in tense silence, the darkness outside deepening. The lighthouse creaked and groaned, as if responding to the turmoil within us. Emma and I exchanged glances, the unspoken bond between us stronger than ever. "Why was it after you?" I finally asked, breaking the silence. "What did it want?" Emma took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I don't know. I thought I was just visiting a friend. But once I was in that house, I felt it pulling at me like it knew me. The memories flooded back, the laughter, the joy. But then it twisted, and I was trapped in a nightmare." Fletcher nodded, his brow furrowing. "The spirit is likely tied to the house, feeding off the emotions and memories of those who enter. It seeks to possess, to control. We must uncover the truth of that house if we're to break its hold." "I can't believe this is happening," I murmured, the weight of our situation settling heavily on my shoulders. "What if it follows us here?" As if in response, a chill swept through the room, extinguishing the small lantern we had lit. Darkness enveloped us once more, and a low, haunting wail echoed from below. "It's here," Fletcher said, his voice low and urgent. "We need to defend ourselves. Do you have anything?" I rifled through my bag, pulling out a small flashlight and the remnants of our earlier supplies, a few candles and matches. "This is all I have," I said, desperation creeping into my tone. "We must be resourceful," Fletcher instructed. "Light the candles, and we'll create a protective circle. Spirits are often repelled by light." We quickly arranged the candles, the flickering flames casting long shadows that danced on the walls. The wailing grew louder, reverberating through the lighthouse as if it were alive, echoing the pain and sorrow of the spirit trapped within the house. Suddenly, the air shifted, charged with a malevolent energy. The shadows coalesced into a swirling mass, forming a grotesque figure that loomed before us. Its eyes burned with an otherworldly light, and its mouth twisted into a chilling grin. "Foolish mortals," it hissed, the voice echoing with rage. "You think you can escape? You belong to me." Emma shrank back, gripping my arm tightly. "What do we do?" she gasped. "Stay strong," Fletcher commanded. "Focus on the light. It's the key." As the figure advanced, I felt an overwhelming surge of fear threatening to consume me. But I pushed back, drawing strength from Emma's presence beside me. "We won't let you take her," I shouted, directing my voice at the spirit. The figure recoiled, its form flickering. You cannot protect her from the darkness within. In that moment, I remembered the memories Emma had spoken of, the laughter, the joy. You're wrong, I yelled, the words spilling out. We have each other. You can't take that away. The spirit faltered, and the flickering flames of the candles flared to life, illuminating the room with a brilliant glow. The shadows writhed, and the spirit shrieked, its form distorting as it struggled against the light. Now, Fletcher shouted, focus your energy. We need to break its hold. We joined hands, channeling our combined strength into the flickering flames. The light surged, pushing back against the darkness, and I could feel the warmth spreading through me, filling the space with hope and resilience. As the spirit howled in rage, its form began to dissolve, the shadows breaking apart like smoke in the wind. You cannot escape your fate, it screamed, but its voice grew fainter, lost in the light. With one final surge, the darkness was banished, the oppressive energy lifting as the spirit shattered into fragments, evaporating into the air. The candles flickered and dimmed, but the warmth of our connection remained, filling the lighthouse with a sense of peace. We stood in silence, hearts racing, as the echoes of the spirit faded away. Emma let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, relief washing over her features. We did it, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. We really did it. Fletcher smiled, exhaustion evident on his face. This battle is over, but the war against darkness is ongoing. We must remain vigilant. I nodded, still trying to process what had just happened. But we're stronger together, I said, looking at Emma, who met my gaze with a newfound determination. As we stood in the remnants of the lighthouse, the stars shining brightly overhead, I realized that while the shadows of the past might linger, we had emerged victorious, united against the darkness that threatened to consume us. Together, we would face whatever came next, ready to embrace the light. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking the passage of time in the dimly lit room. It was a typical Friday night, the kind I had grown to appreciate. A quiet evening spent alone, wrapped in a cozy blanket, with a steaming mug of tea at my side. Outside, the world was cloaked in darkness, the streetlights casting long shadows on the pavement, while the wind whispered secrets to the trees. I had settled into my favorite armchair, the worn fabric molded to my shape, the gentle hum of a true crime podcast filling the air. The stories of unsolved mysteries and chilling encounters provided a strange comfort, a way to escape into worlds that were, while terrifying, also fascinating. As I sipped my tea, a sudden chill swept through the room, making me shiver involuntarily. I brushed it off, attributing it to the draft that sometimes sneaked in through the old window panes. I adjusted my blanket and focused back on the podcast, letting the narrator's voice wash over me. It was during a particularly gripping segment about a mysterious figure that the first knock came, a soft, hesitant tap that echoed through the stillness of my home. My heart skipped a beat, and I paused the podcast, straining to listen. The knock came again, slightly louder this time, sending a shiver down my spine. Just the wind, I whispered to myself, trying to calm the rising anxiety. But deep down, I felt an unsettling instinct that something was off. Another knock reverberated, this time accompanied by a low, almost imperceptible creak. It came from the window beside me. Against my better judgment, I turned to look. The curtains billowed slightly, illuminated by the glow of the streetlight outside. I could see the faint outline of something, or someone, just beyond the glass. My breath caught in my throat. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. No response came, just the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. The rational part of my mind screamed that it was just my imagination, but the primal fear rising within me insisted otherwise. With trembling hands, I grabbed my phone, the bright screen illuminating the dark corners of the room. I hesitated, battling the urge to call for help. What would I say? "Hello, there's someone at my window." It sounded absurd, yet the weight of the unknown pressed heavily on my chest. The knocking resumed, more insistent now. My heart raced as I stood up, inching closer to the window. I could feel the cold seep into my bones, and the once comforting atmosphere of my home felt suffocating. I had to know who, or what, was out there. I drew the curtain aside, just enough to peek outside. The streetlight flickered, casting an eerie glow over the scene. The night was quiet, too quiet, and then I saw him, a shadowy figure standing just beyond the reach of the light, his features obscured by darkness. He was tall, his outline blurred against the backdrop of the night, but there was something about the way he stood, too still, too watchful, that sent my heart racing. I blinked, willing my eyes to adjust, but he remained a mystery, an enigma cloaked in the depths of the night. "Hello," I called out again, my voice shaking. "What do you want?" There was a moment of silence before he raised a hand and knocked again, more forcefully this time. The sound reverberated through the air, sharp and jarring. It felt as if the very fabric of the night had shifted, the calm replaced by an undeniable tension. I backed away from the window, my mind racing with possibilities. Was he just lost? Did he need help? Or was this a far more sinister encounter than I had ever imagined? Every horror story I had ever heard flooded my thoughts, a cacophony of what-ifs that left me reeling. Then, as if sensing my fear, the figure stepped closer, coming into the faint light. My breath hitched as I caught a glimpse of his face. Pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. His lips curled into a slow, unsettling smile that twisted my stomach into knots. "Please," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "I just need to talk to you." "Talk?" The word hung in the air like a noxious cloud, suffocating and foreboding. Every instinct screamed for me to retreat, to lock the door, and ignore the strange man standing at my window. But a part of me was paralyzed by curiosity and fear, unable to look away from the nightmare unfolding before me. "Who are you?" I managed to stammer, clutching my phone tighter as if it were a lifeline. "What do you want?" "I'm just a friend," he replied, tilting his head slightly, the smile never leaving his face. "I've been watching you." His words sent a chill down my spine, an icy finger tracing my vertebrae. Watching me? The implications were terrifying, and I suddenly felt exposed, as if every secret I held was laid bare before him. "Leave me alone," I shouted, my voice breaking with panic. I turned away from the window, retreating into the safety of my living room, but the urge to flee battled with the need to understand. What was happening? Why was he here? I rushed to lock the door, the sound of the deadbolt sliding into place offering a brief moment of reassurance. But my heart continued to race, pounding loudly in my ears. I could still hear him outside, the soft rustle of his movements, as if he was lingering just out of sight, waiting for me to return. What was he doing? Was he going to wait there all night? I felt a mix of anger and fear boiling within me. I needed to get to safety. I grabbed my keys and hurried to my bedroom, planning to barricade myself inside until the sun came up. The moments stretched into eternity as I paced back and forth, straining to hear any sign of his presence. The world outside was still, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant sounds of cars passing by. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching, waiting. Suddenly, there was a loud crash against the window, the sound echoing through the silence like a gunshot. I froze, my heart plummeting to my stomach. Had he broken in? The thought sent a wave of panic crashing over me. "Let me in," he shouted, the urgency in his voice laced with desperation. "I need to talk to you. Please, just let me explain." I pressed my back against the wall, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The words danced in my mind. Let me in, let me explain. But how could I trust someone who had been lurking outside my window, who had spoken of watching me? What if this was a trap? "Get away from my house," I yelled, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I'm calling the police." "Don't do that," he shouted back, his voice rising with panic. "You don't understand. They'll think you're in danger. I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to help." "Help?" The word twisted in my mind like a knife. How could he think I would trust him after what had just happened? I darted to the living room, grabbing my phone, but my fingers trembled as I dialed the emergency number. As I waited for the line to connect, the knocking began again, frantic and desperate. "Please," he pleaded, his voice thick with emotion. "You don't know what's coming. You have to listen to me." The operator's voice broke through, calm and steady, and I quickly relayed my location, my fears spilling over as I described the situation. As I spoke, I could hear him outside, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, the sound sending shivers down my spine. I kept glancing at the window, expecting to see him there, but the darkness loomed ominously, hiding his presence from view. The uncertainty was maddening. What was he capable of? What had I stumbled into? "Help is on the way," the operator assured me. "Stay inside and lock all doors." "Can you tell me more about the situation?" I hesitated, my heart racing as I tried to collect my thoughts. "There's a man outside my window," I explained, my voice trembling. He says he's been watching me. I think he's dangerous." "Stay calm," she urged. "I need you to focus. Can you describe him? Do you feel threatened?" I took a deep breath, the tension in my chest tightening. "He's tall, pale, and he has this creepy smile. He seems unhinged." "Stay away from the windows," she warned. "Help will be there shortly." "Is there anyone else in the house with you?" "No, I'm alone," I replied, the reality of my isolation settling in. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on me, the shadows creeping ever closer. "Keep your phone close," she said, her voice a lifeline in the chaos. "If anything changes, call back immediately." I hung up, my hands shaking. I needed to stay alert, to be ready for anything. But then the knocks returned, louder this time, each thud resonating through the silence like a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. "I know you're in there," he shouted, his voice rising with agitation. "You have to believe me. I'm not your enemy." I couldn't think straight. My mind raced with fear and confusion as I tried to make sense of the situation. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that felt impossibly heavy. Had he left? I couldn't be sure. I waited, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Minutes passed, and I strained to hear any sign of him. But the only sounds were the distant hum of the night and my own heartbeat. Finally, I summoned the courage to peek out through the curtain again. My breath caught as I slowly drew it back. But the window was empty, void of any sign of the man who had so terrified me just moments before. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The adrenaline still coursed through my veins, a reminder that the danger might not be over yet. I retreated back into the shadows of my home, heart racing, knowing that whatever had happened that night was far from finished. The quiet was unnerving. After the chaos of the last few moments, the sudden stillness of my home felt alien, almost suffocating. I forced myself to breathe steadily, each inhale a reminder that I was still here, still safe for now. I had no idea where he had gone, but the uncertainty hung heavy in the air, gnawing at my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the shadows around me were somehow alive, creeping closer with every heartbeat. I settled onto the couch, phone still clutched tightly in my hand, and flicked on the living room light. The soft glow illuminated the walls, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the floor. The minutes ticked by slowly, each second stretching into an eternity as I tried to steady my racing heart. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting him to burst through at any moment. I had to stay vigilant. Whatever was happening felt far from over. With the police still on their way, I forced myself to focus on the task at hand, gathering my thoughts, piecing together what had just happened. The man at my window, what had he meant by, "I've been watching you"? Was he really a threat, or was he just another troubled soul looking for help? The duality of his plea haunted me. My mind drifted back to the oddities of the night. Why had he targeted me? I lived a relatively quiet life, keeping to myself. I didn't have enemies. At least, none that I knew of. The idea that I could have attracted someone's attention in such a dark manner made my skin crawl. I decided to check my social media accounts, hoping to distract myself. Scrolling through my feeds felt like a futile attempt at normalcy. Posts from friends about their mundane lives seemed absurdly distant from the turmoil of my evening. I was a world away from their simple joys, trapped in a nightmare I couldn't escape. Suddenly, My phone buzzed, shattering the silence. A message popped up from an unknown number. My heart raced as I read the words, feeling a chill creep down my spine. "I'm still here. I just wanted to help." I dropped my phone as if it had burned me, heart pounding against my ribcage. The fear clawed at my throat, making it hard to breathe. Was he really still out there? Had he sent this from just outside my door? Or was he lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to lower my guard? No longer could I sit still. I grabbed my phone again, and with shaking hands, I dialed 911, urgency flooding my voice as I recounted everything that had happened. The operator's calm demeanor provided a sliver of reassurance as she assured me that help was on the way, but I could hardly listen. All I could think about was that message. After hanging up, I pushed myself off the couch, pacing the room. The walls felt as if they were closing in around me. I peered through the peephole in the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of the street, but all I saw was darkness, a void that held too many secrets. My mind raced with possibilities. What if he came back? What if he was more dangerous than I could imagine? I glanced at the kitchen, considering my options. The knives were in the drawer, but would I even have the courage to use one if it came to that? The thought made my stomach twist in knots. Just then, a soft sound caught my attention, a faint scratching noise coming from the window. I turned slowly, heart racing, praying it was just my imagination. But then I heard it again, a deliberate, almost rhythmic sound that sent my pulse skyrocketing. The curtain moved slightly, a ghostly ripple in the stillness. I approached the window cautiously, each step echoing in the quiet room. My hand trembled as I reached for the curtain. I pulled it back, only to be met by the stark blackness outside, a gaping maw that seemed to swallow all light. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure just at the edge of the light, partially obscured by the night. It was him, the same pale face, the same unsettling smile. This time, however, he stood more confidently, no longer hesitant as he had been before. The flickering streetlight illuminated him just enough to reveal the intensity of his gaze, a look that sent a chill racing through me. "Please," he called out, his voice smooth yet frantic. "You have to listen to me. It's about the dreams." The dreams? My mind spun. What dreams? I hadn't shared anything with him, hadn't even told him my name. The words hung in the air, a strange and haunting invitation. "I can help you understand," he continued, his tone shifting from urgent to almost pleading. "You're in danger, and you don't even know it. Get away from my window." I shouted, anger mixed with fear. "I don't want anything to do with you. Just let me explain," he insisted, his voice rising in desperation. "You need to trust me. It's not what you think. Why should I trust you?" I shot back, feeling the weight of the conversation press down on me. "You're a stranger. You came to my house in the middle of the night." He paused, and for a moment, the tension in his posture faltered. "I know," he admitted, his voice softer now, "but I'm not here to hurt you. I've been trying to warn you. They're coming." The shadows around us seemed to deepen as he spoke, the night closing in like a predator. My pulse quickened, dread pooling in my stomach. Who was coming? What was he talking about? "I've seen what's happening. I know what's been haunting you," he said, stepping closer to the light. "It's not just a coincidence that we met. You're connected to something much darker." I took a step back, my heart pounding as his words wrapped around my mind like tendrils of fear. I didn't want to hear this, didn't want to engage with the strange man who had just terrified me moments before. But a flicker of curiosity broke through the veil of panic. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to sound steady. "What do you know?" "Just let me in," he urged, his eyes wide and earnest. "I can explain everything. You need to know the truth." I hesitated, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. Every instinct screamed for me to run, to lock the door tighter and ignore everything. But another part of me, a part that had been plunged into chaos, hungered for answers. The scratching at the window became more frantic, and the air was thick with uncertainty. My thoughts raced as I weighed my options. I had already called the police, and they would be here soon. But would I have the courage to confront whatever truth he was offering? "Please," he pleaded again, desperation lacing his voice. "This is about more than just you. It's about all of us. I need you to understand." As I stood there, Caught between fear and intrigue, I felt a chill creep through the air, a premonition that whatever decision I made could change everything. I took a deep breath, knowing that I had to choose my next move wisely, even as the shadows whispered secrets I was not yet ready to face. The atmosphere crackled with tension as I stared into the eyes of the stranger. His urgency clashed with my instinct to run. Every rational part of my brain screamed at me to lock the door, to protect myself from whatever darkness he represented. Yet, an inexplicable curiosity pulled me closer, a need to understand the cryptic words he had just spoken. "What do you know?" I asked again, my voice barely above a whisper. The darkness seemed to thicken around us, drawing us into a surreal world where danger lurked in every corner. "I know about the dreams," he said, his tone shifting to something softer, more intimate. "The nightmares that have been haunting you for weeks now. The shadows, the voices, they're connected to something much larger than you realize." "How do you know about my dreams?" I replied, panic rising in my throat. "Who are you?" "I can't explain everything right now," he said, his eyes darting around as if he feared being overheard. "But I promise, I'm not your enemy. You have to trust me. You're being watched, and it's not just by me." The weight of his words sank in, sending chills down my spine. I remembered the oppressive sense of being observed that had enveloped me during my sleepless nights. The notion that I wasn't alone in my fears sent waves of anxiety coursing through me. I hesitated, trying to gather my thoughts. "What do you mean I'm being watched?" He took a step forward, lowering his voice as if afraid someone might overhear. "There are forces at play that you can't see. You've attracted their attention, and they won't stop until they have what they want." "What do they want?" I felt a sense of dread wash over me, but the question slipped from my lips before I could stop it. "Your dreams are a gateway," he explained, his expression growing grave. "You've been channeling something dark, something that shouldn't be in this world. They're drawn to your fear, your pain, and if they find you, it won't end well." A shiver ran through me, my mind racing to grasp the implications of his words. "You're saying that my nightmares are real? That something is out there, watching me?" He nodded slowly, his face a mask of seriousness. "Yes, and they're coming for you. But if you let me in, I can help you understand how to fight back." A mix of fear and disbelief swirled within me. Was this man truly trying to help, or was he merely a figment of my imagination, conjured from my fears? My heart raced as I weighed the risks of inviting him into my home. "What if you're lying?" I blurted out. "What if you're just playing games?" His eyes narrowed, frustration flashing across his face. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not the enemy here. I've been where you are. I've seen the darkness. I've faced them. If you don't act, you could lose everything." The urgency in his voice stirred something deep within me. I thought about the shadows that had plagued my nights, the whispers that slithered through my mind, and the creeping sensation that I was being pulled into an abyss. "Why should I trust you?" I asked, my voice steadier now, tinged with skepticism. "You're a stranger. You could be dangerous." He took a deep breath, his expression softening. "I know it's hard to trust someone you've just met, especially under these circumstances. But I'm not like the others. I'm trying to warn you. There's a darkness in this town that has claimed many before you." "What darkness?" My curiosity piqued despite my better judgment. "What happened to them?" "The souls of those who came before you," he replied, his voice low and haunting. "They were consumed by their own fears, trapped in their nightmares until they disappeared, leaving nothing but echoes behind." A chill ran through me at his words. The thought of being consumed by my fears, losing myself in an unending void, sent a tremor of panic through my core. "What can I do?" I asked, desperation creeping into my tone. "Let me in," he urged again, his voice thick with intensity. "Together, we can uncover the truth. But you have to be willing to fight." The darkness outside seemed to thicken as I considered his words, the shadows lengthening and shifting like living things. My heart raced as I stood at the precipice of a decision that could either save me or plunge me deeper into the unknown. "Okay," I finally said, my voice barely audible. "But if you betray me, I swear." "I won't," he interrupted, stepping closer, his expression earnest. "I promise. I'm here to help, but we have to act fast. They're closer than you think." With that, I unlocked the door, the click echoing in the tense silence. I hesitated for a moment, then opened it wider, allowing him to step inside. As he crossed the threshold, I felt an electric charge ripple through the air, a connection forming between us. There was no turning back now. I had chosen to confront the darkness, to dive into the unknown, even if it meant facing the shadows that had haunted my dreams. "Tell me everything," I said, my heart racing as I closed the door behind him. The sense of danger remained palpable, but the glimmer of hope ignited a flicker of determination within me. Together, we would uncover the secrets of the night, even if it meant facing the most terrifying truths of all. The air inside my home felt different now, charged with an electric tension that seemed to pulse with each heartbeat. The stranger, whose name I still didn't know, stood just inside the threshold, his gaze scanning the room, as if he could sense the very essence of my fears woven into the fabric of the walls. "First, we need to talk about your dreams," he said, his voice low and steady. "What do you remember about the last one?" I hesitated, the memories flooding back, vivid, haunting images that played like a film in my mind. I was running through a dark forest. There were shadows all around me, whispering my name. I could feel something chasing me, something alive. He nodded, his expression serious. "That's significant. The forest represents your subconscious. The shadows are your fears. And the thing chasing you, it's your pain. The darkness that's been lurking just beneath the surface." "What do you mean?" I asked, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. "I thought dreams were just dreams." "They're more than that," he said, his intensity rising. "They can be portals, gateways to other realms. You've opened a door you don't understand, and now it's drawing attention from things that thrive on fear." The gravity of his words hung in the air between us, heavy and oppressive. I could feel the panic rising within me, threatening to choke off my ability to think clearly. What can I do to close it? How can I stop this? "We need to confront the source of your fear," he said firmly. "You have to face what's chasing you in your dreams. Only then can we begin to regain control." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. "How do we do that?" He stepped closer, the shadows shifting around us as he spoke. "Tonight, we'll perform a ritual. It will help you connect with the dream realm, allowing you to face whatever it is that's been haunting you. But it requires trust in me, and trust in yourself." The idea of a ritual seemed absurd, yet the sincerity in his eyes ignited a spark of determination within me. I was desperate for a solution, ready to face the unknown if it meant reclaiming my peace of mind. "What do I need to do?" I asked, my voice steady now. "Gather a few items, things that represent your fears," he instructed. "We'll need candles, a mirror, and something personal that you're willing to let go of. This will help us create a safe space for you to confront the darkness." I nodded, moving through my home as I collected the items he mentioned. The candles flickered to life, casting dancing shadows that seemed to pulse with my own anxiety. I placed the mirror at the center of the room, its surface reflecting not just my image but the depth of my turmoil. Once everything was in place, the atmosphere shifted, growing heavier with anticipation. The stranger took a deep breath, and I watched as he became more focused, his demeanor shifting into that of a guide. "Now, close your eyes," he instructed gently. "Breathe deeply and center yourself. Let go of everything that weighs you down. Imagine your fears as physical entities, shapes that can be confronted and understood." I complied, shutting my eyes tightly as I took in a shaky breath. The world around me faded, replaced by the echoes of my nightmares. The forest, the shadows, the unseen force that chased me relentlessly. With each breath, I allowed the images to come forth, embracing the fear that had taken root in my soul. "Visualize the forest," he prompted. "Picture yourself standing at the edge, knowing you must enter." "What do you see?" "I see the trees," I murmured, my heart racing. "They're tall and dark, like sentinels watching over me. The path is overgrown, and I can hear the whispers." "Good," he encouraged. "Now, step onto that path. Feel the ground beneath your feet. You have the power to confront whatever lies ahead. With a surge of determination, I imagined myself stepping onto the path, the earth cool and firm beneath me. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a storm. Yet I pressed on, determined to face the unknown. Suddenly, a shadow darted between the trees, a flicker of movement that sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. "What is that?" I gasped, the panic threatening to overtake me. "Focus," the stranger urged, his voice breaking through the chaos. "What does it look like?" It's a figure," I stammered. "I can't see its face, but I can feel its energy. It feels wrong, twisted." "Good. Acknowledge its presence. You have the power to confront it," he said, his voice steady and reassuring. I took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of courage within me. "Who are you?" I shouted into the darkness, my voice ringing through the forest like a bell. The shadows seemed to coalesce, forming a shape that stepped into the dim light. It was a figure cloaked in darkness, its features obscured, yet I could feel its malevolence seeping into the air around me. "I am what you fear," it whispered, a voice that echoed like a haunting melody. "I am the shadows that linger in your heart." "No," I shouted, the defiance boiling up from within. "You don't control me." The figure laughed, a sound that reverberated through the trees. "You think you can escape me? I am a part of you, a reflection of your pain." In that moment, I realized the truth. The shadows weren't just external. They were born from my own fears, my insecurities, the parts of myself I had tried to bury. With that understanding came a surge of power. "I refuse to let you define me," I screamed, drawing on the strength of my resolve. "I will face you." The figure hesitated, and I seized the moment. "You're nothing without my fear. You thrive on my pain, but I am stronger than you." As my words echoed through the forest, the shadows began to retreat. The figure faltered, its form flickering like a candle flame caught in a gust of wind. I could feel the weight of its presence dissipating, a realization dawning upon me. I held the power to confront my own darkness. "Leave me," I commanded, my voice resonating with newfound strength. "I am reclaiming my life." With a final, anguished cry, the figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving me standing in the clearing, breathless but free. I had faced my fears, and in doing so, I had taken the first step toward reclaiming my dreams. As the forest faded, I opened my eyes to find the stranger watching me, a mix of awe and respect on his face. "You did it," he said softly. "You confronted the darkness." "I can't believe it," I whispered, my heart racing. "I actually faced it." He nodded, a proud smile breaking through the tension. "Now you know the truth. You are not powerless. You have the strength to fight back." As I processed what had just happened, a flicker of hope ignited within me. I could reclaim my dreams, my life. But the night was still young, and the shadows were always lurking, waiting for another moment of weakness. "We're not done yet," he said, breaking through my thoughts. "There's still more to uncover about what's been chasing you. Are you ready to keep going?" I nodded, determination flooding my veins. Together, we would confront whatever darkness lay ahead. The night was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, I felt a glimmer of hope in the depths of despair. With the remnants of my confrontation still fresh in my mind, I turned to the stranger, feeling a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. "What now?" I asked, the adrenaline of facing my fears still coursing through my veins. "We need to dig deeper into what's been happening in your life," he said, his tone serious. "There's a reason this darkness has attached itself to you, an understanding that is crucial." I took a moment to process his words. "You mean there's more to it? More than just the nightmares?" "Absolutely. Our pasts often leave scars, and sometimes those scars manifest in ways we don't expect. We need to look at the events leading up to your dreams." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Memories of childhood traumas, family issues, and long-buried emotions surfaced, each one tied to the darkness that had taken residence in my mind. I've always been anxious, but the nightmares only started recently. It's like something awakened inside me. "Let's explore that," he said encouragingly. Think back to the moments that triggered those feelings. What stands out? I hesitated, uncertainty clouding my mind. But with a deep breath, I began to sift through the layers of my past. There was my parents' divorce when I was a teenager. I felt so abandoned, like I had no control over my life. It changed everything for me. That's a significant event, he replied, his gaze steady. It's possible that the fear of losing control resurfaced, manifesting in your dreams. But it's not just the event itself, it's how you processed it. Did you ever talk about your feelings? I shook my head, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. I bottled everything up. I thought if I ignored it, it would go away. And now it's coming back to haunt you, he said gently. The shadows you faced in the forest were born from that pain. It's time to confront it fully. But how? I asked, the familiar sense of helplessness creeping in again. By acknowledging the hurt. We're going to do a guided visualization. This will allow you to revisit those memories, but with the knowledge and strength you have now. I nodded, my heart pounding as he instructed me to close my eyes once more. I focused on my breathing, allowing the world around me to fade away. Gradually, I felt myself being drawn into a different time and place, the warmth of the present shifting to the chill of my past. The scene unfolded around me, transporting me back to my childhood home. I was standing in my bedroom, the walls adorned with posters of bands I loved. The air was thick with the tension that had permeated my family life during that time. I could hear the muffled sounds of my parents arguing in the next room. Focus on your emotions. The stranger's voice guided me softly. What do you feel? A wave of sadness washed over me, mingling with a sense of helplessness. I feel scared, like I'm going to lose everything. Allow yourself to feel it fully. Let those emotions surface, he encouraged. Suddenly, I was no longer in my room. I stood outside, watching my parents through the window, their faces twisted in anger. I felt like an intruder in my own life, helpless to stop the pain. The sound of shattered glass echoed in my mind, a representation of the fracture in my family. Now, speak to your younger self, the stranger urged. What do you want to tell that child? Tears filled my eyes as I approached the window. You're not alone, I whispered. It's okay to feel scared. It's okay to cry. This doesn't define you. You'll find strength in this. As the words left my lips, I felt a warmth envelop me, as if the shadows were retreating, pulled back by the light of understanding. My younger self looked up, wide-eyed, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of hope reflected back at me. Good. The stranger's voice was gentle but firm. Now, allow your younger self to feel your strength, your resilience. Let them know they can survive this. I promise you, I continued, my voice steady. You will heal. Life will get better. You're stronger than you think. The moment hung in the air, heavy with emotion, and I felt the weight of the past begin to lift. In that instant, I realized that facing the darkness meant acknowledging the pain, not just pushing it away. When I opened my eyes, the stranger was watching me intently. What did you experience? He asked. I confronted my past. I talked to my younger self. I replied, my voice still trembling from the emotional intensity. I let her know she wasn't alone. He smiled, a proud glint in his eyes. That's a huge step forward. You've begun to reclaim your power, and with that comes the ability to reshape your reality. As I processed the enormity of what had just occurred, a sense of liberation washed over me. I was no longer defined by my fears. I had the ability to rewrite my narrative. Now, we need to create a protective barrier for your dreams, the stranger said. This will ensure that the darkness cannot reach you as easily moving forward. It's important to keep that connection to your strength. I nodded, feeling more empowered than ever. What do I need to do? Let's create a dream journal. Write down your fears, your dreams, and your confrontations. This will serve as a conduit for your thoughts and emotions, allowing you to process them on a deeper level. The idea resonated with me. I can do that. Good, he said, his tone warm and encouraging. And each night before you sleep, repeat a mantra to yourself. Something like, I am safe, I am strong, I am in control. As we prepare to wrap up our session, I felt a profound sense of hope. The darkness that had threatened to consume me was now something I could face, something I could conquer. The future still held uncertainties, but I was ready to embrace them with newfound strength. Remember, the shadows may always be lurking, but you have the power to shine a light on them, he said, his voice steady and reassuring. You are not alone in this. With those words echoing in my mind, I stepped forward into a new dawn, ready to face whatever came next, armed with the knowledge that I had the strength to overcome. The nightmares were no longer just a source of fear. They were an invitation to understand and heal. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The house stood at the end of a narrow street, an unassuming structure with faded paint and overgrown weeds that clawed at its sides. To most, it was just another old home. But to me, it was a treasure trove of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. I had recently moved into the neighborhood, seeking a fresh start after years of feeling adrift. However, it didn't take long for the local lore to reach my ears, especially the story of the sealed basement door. I remember the first time I heard about it. I was chatting with Mrs. Hargrove, an elderly woman who lived 2 doors down, while I sorted through boxes in my new living room. Just be careful around that house, she warned, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The previous owners, well, they left in a hurry. Rumor has it there's something down in that basement. Her words ignited a spark of curiosity in me. I was always drawn to the eerie, the unknown, and this house seemed to have both in spades. It was the type of place that made you shiver in anticipation, and I could already envision the stories that could emerge from its depths. Later that evening, I stood in front of the basement door for the first time. The door itself was an imposing structure, made of heavy oak and reinforced with rusted metal hinges. A faded "Do Not Enter" sign hung limply from a single nail, as if it had been placed there decades ago and had long since lost its power to deter the curious. Despite the warnings, I felt an undeniable pull toward it. What could be hiding behind that door? What secrets did it guard? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the yard, I decided to explore further. Armed with a flashlight and a sense of trepidation, I carefully pushed against the door, only to find it firmly locked. My heart raced. A wave of frustration washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by determination. There had to be a way in. I spent the next few days probing for information. I visited the local library, hoping to find historical records or any mention of the house's past. I spoke to neighbors, who either shrugged off my inquiries or exchanged furtive glances, as if acknowledging a collective understanding about the basement, but refusing to share its details. After several fruitless attempts, I learned from an old property record that the basement had once been a cellar for storing goods. But that was all it said. No details on why it was sealed off or what had caused the previous owners to leave so abruptly. My interest only grew, spiraling into obsession. The idea of an undiscovered secret gnawed at me, igniting a fire within that couldn't be extinguished. One night, after tossing and turning in bed, I made a decision. I would find a way to open that door. I grabbed my tools, a crowbar, a hammer, and a screwdriver, and slipped out of the house under the cover of darkness. The moonlight cast a silvery glow over the yard, and I felt a shiver of anticipation course through me. When I reached the basement door, the weight of the moment settled heavily on my shoulders. I could turn back, I thought. I could forget this foolish quest and retreat into the comfort of ignorance. But the allure of the unknown proved too powerful to resist. With a swift motion, I wedged the crowbar into the crack of the door and pulled. The wood creaked ominously, but it held fast. Gritting my teeth, I applied more pressure, feeling the muscles in my arms strain against the effort. Suddenly, with a loud splintering sound, the door gave way, swinging open to reveal the inky darkness within. I shone my flashlight inside, illuminating a narrow staircase that spiraled down into the abyss. The air was musty, filled with the scent of damp earth, and something else, something rotten. My heart raced as I stepped over the threshold, the door creaking shut behind me. The dim light flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls as I descended. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of what lay below pressing down on me. As I reached the bottom, the beam of my flashlight revealed a small, cluttered room. Old crates lay strewn about, covered in dust and cobwebs, But it was what caught my eye in the corner that sent a chill racing down my spine. A large, heavy chest, bound in rusted chains. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I approached the chest, the secrets of the house swirling in my mind. What could it contain? I knelt down, running my fingers over the cold, metal locks, and the questions exploded in my head. Was this the source of the town's whispers? Had the previous owners hidden something here, something they didn't want anyone to find? As I pulled at the chains, they rattled ominously, echoing through the silent chamber. I felt a sense of foreboding wash over me, but my curiosity outweighed my fear. With a deep breath, I reached for my tools, ready to pry open the locks and unveil whatever lay inside the chest. But just as I began, I heard it, a soft rustling noise from the darkness behind me. My breath caught in my throat as I turned, flashlight trembling in my grip. The shadows shifted, and I felt the weight of a presence, something watching me from the dark corners of the room. In that moment, all the stories I had heard flooded back. The sealed basement door, the abrupt departure of the previous owners, the hushed conversations of the neighbors. What had I stumbled into? What lay behind the surface of this seemingly ordinary house? With my heart pounding and a primal instinct urging me to flee, I stood frozen, the dark secret behind the sealed basement door just within my grasp. The rustling sound grew louder, echoing off the damp walls of the basement, sending a chill racing down my spine. I clutched my flashlight tighter, the beam wavering as I turned slowly, scanning the shadows. The air was thick with tension, and I could almost feel the darkness wrapping around me, as if it were alive. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper, trembling with uncertainty. The silence that followed was oppressive, punctuated only by the distant sound of water dripping somewhere in the gloom. Steeling myself, I took a step back toward the chest, my initial curiosity battling with a growing sense of dread. I had ventured into this space seeking answers, but now I was beginning to wonder if some secrets were better left undisturbed. Just then, the flashlight flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls. My heart raced as I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. Someone was lurking just beyond the edge of the light. My instinct screamed at me to run, but I was rooted in place, caught between fear and the inexplicable need to confront whatever was hiding in the dark. "Is anyone there?" I called again, my voice steadier this time, though doubt gnawed at me. The rustling continued, more pronounced now, and I took a hesitant step forward, the beam of my flashlight piercing the shadows. Suddenly, a figure darted across the room, too quick for me to register clearly. I gasped, the sound echoing off the walls. "Show yourself," I demanded, my bravado a thin veil over my rising panic. A low, disembodied laugh echoed through the chamber, chilling me to the bone. It was not a laugh of joy, but something darker, more sinister, a sound that seemed to seep from the very walls. The flashlight flickered again, casting fleeting glimpses of what lay in the corners of the basement. I noticed more crates stacked haphazardly, their lids ajar, revealing nothing but shadows inside. The air felt heavy with the weight of memories, or perhaps regrets, trapped in this forgotten space. What had happened down here? What horrors had unfolded in the dark, concealed from the world above? "Why are you here?" a voice suddenly whispered, the words hanging in the air like a ghostly echo. It was soft, almost gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable edge of urgency. I squinted into the darkness, searching for the source. I'm looking for answers," I stammered, my heart racing. "I just moved in, and I found this door." "You shouldn't have come," the voice interrupted, now filled with a palpable sense of dread. "They don't want you here. You're in danger." A shiver coursed through me as I felt the walls of the basement close in, the weight of the unseen presence growing heavier. My instinct screamed for me to leave, to run back up the stairs and shut the door behind me. Yet the desire to understand, to unveil the truth, held me captive. "Who are you?" I asked, forcing myself to sound braver than I felt. "What happened in this place?" For a moment, there was silence, and then the figure emerged from the shadows, a young woman, her features gaunt and her eyes wide with fear. She appeared translucent, as if she were a part of the very shadows surrounding her. I felt a wave of shock wash over me. "I can't remember my name," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I've been here for so long, trapped. It's not safe. You need to leave before it's too late." I took a step back, the reality of the situation crashing down around me. This was no ordinary encounter. I was standing before a ghost, a lost soul, perhaps one of the many who had become entwined with the dark history of the house. The stories I had heard about the previous owners, their abrupt departure, started to make sense. "What happened?" I pressed, desperate for answers. "Why are you trapped here?" She hesitated, glancing over her shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear. "There are forces at work in this house, malevolent forces. They won't let me go, and they won't let you leave either. You've disturbed something that was meant to remain buried." A rush of fear and disbelief surged through me. I felt the urge to run, but I couldn't tear myself away from her gaze. "What can I do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "How can I help you?" "You must find the truth," she urged, her voice echoing as if carried by the very walls. "The chest holds the answers. You must open it, but be careful. The truth is not always what it seems." As she spoke, I noticed something glinting in the corner of the room, a small, metallic object half buried under debris. My heart quickened. Could it be a key? I felt drawn to it, but I knew that if I turned my back on her, I might lose this connection forever. "What about you?" I asked, glancing back at her. "Will you be free if I do?" The look in her eyes was haunting. "I don't know," she admitted, "but you must try. You can't let them keep you here." Determined, I steeled myself and moved toward the glinting object, each step echoing ominously in the silence. The moment I reached it, I realized it was an old key, intricately designed with a pattern that seemed familiar, almost like the locks on the chest. As I picked it up, a shudder ran through me. The key felt cold, almost alive in my hand. I turned back to the woman, my mind racing. "I'll open the chest," I said, resolution surging within me. "But we need to hurry." Just as I moved to make my way back, a loud crash reverberated through the basement, causing both of us to freeze. The air thickened with dread, and the woman's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. "They're coming," she gasped, her voice barely audible. "You must hurry. Don't let them catch you." The urgency in her tone ignited a primal instinct to flee, but I couldn't abandon her. Not now. I glanced at the chest, then back at the woman, who was already beginning to fade back into the shadows. "Wait!" I cried, but she was gone, leaving only the chilling silence in her wake. Heart pounding, I raced back to the chest, trembling fingers gripping the key as I approached it. The moment of truth loomed before me, and I knew that whatever lay inside could change everything. But at what cost? I had to act fast, or risk losing everything to whatever darkness dwelled beneath the house. With a deep breath, I inserted the key into the lock, my hands shaking with anticipation. I turned it slowly, feeling the mechanism click into place, and as the lid creaked open, I braced myself for the secrets that awaited me within. The chest creaked open with an eerie groan, revealing an assortment of items wrapped in tattered cloth and aged newspaper. Dust motes danced in the narrow beam of my flashlight, swirling in the stale air as I leaned closer to inspect its contents. Each item seemed to pulse with a forgotten history, beckoning me to uncover their stories. My heart raced as I lifted a cloth, revealing a delicate porcelain doll, its face cracked but hauntingly beautiful. Its glassy eyes seemed to glimmer in the dim light, and I felt an inexplicable chill run down my spine. It was as if the doll were alive, watching me, waiting for something. I quickly set it aside and continued digging through the chest. Next, I unearthed a yellow journal bound in frayed leather. The cover bore a symbol I recognized from the key, an intricate design that mirrored the lock on the chest. I opened the journal, the pages brittle and fragile. The handwriting was elegant, yet erratic, a reflection of the author's descent into madness. The entries detailed the life of a woman named Eliza, who had once lived in this very house. As I read her frantic scribbles, the reality of her torment became increasingly clear. She had been plagued by nightmares, visions of dark figures haunting her, whispering secrets and threats in the night. It was evident that she had desperately tried to uncover the truth behind her haunting experiences. One passage stopped me cold. "They are here. They want me to stay, to join them in the darkness. I can feel their cold breath on my neck, urging me to surrender. I must protect my family. If you find this, heed my warning. Do not let them in." A knot tightened in my stomach as I continued to read. Eliza spoke of a hidden room in the basement, a place she was warned to avoid, yet could never resist the temptation to explore. The journal hinted at unspeakable horrors tied to that room, a portal, perhaps, to something far more sinister. Suddenly, the air shifted, growing heavy with an unnatural chill. I felt a presence behind me, a palpable energy that prickled at the back of my neck. My heart raced as I turned, half expecting to see the ghostly woman again. Instead, the shadows danced more violently, and I could hear whispers swirling around me, words indistinguishable but laden with malice. Panic surged through me. I needed to leave now. But the journal was too crucial. It contained vital clues. With shaky hands, I folded the pages back together and tucked the journal under my arm. I grabbed the porcelain doll, feeling its cold surface against my skin, and stood up, preparing to retreat. As I backed away from the chest, the whispers crescendoed, coiling around me like a suffocating fog. They urged me to leave, to escape the impending danger. My pulse quickened, and I glanced back at the open chest one last time, the weight of its secrets pressing heavily upon me. I turned to leave, but halted as the shadow in the corner of my eye solidified into a more defined shape. A figure materialized, cloaked in darkness, its face obscured, but its intentions all too clear. My breath caught in my throat. It was the malevolent force Eliza had described, a manifestation of her fears. "Why did you come here?" It hissed, its voice like ice scraping against metal. You should have listened to her warnings. I felt a surge of adrenaline, instinct propelling me to act. "I'm not afraid of you," I shouted, even as my body trembled. "You can't keep me here." The figure advanced, and I stumbled back, my flashlight flickering wildly as the darkness closed in around me. I knew I had to reach the stairs, to escape this nightmare before it enveloped me entirely. In a burst of determination, I bolted toward the basement stairs, the journal and doll clutched tightly in my arms. The whispers grew louder, morphing into a cacophony of shrieks that filled my ears, drowning out my thoughts. As I raced up the steps, I felt the cold breath of the darkness behind me, a clawing sensation in my back, urging me to stop. My foot hit the first step, then the second, and I could hear the rush of my heartbeat echoing in the confined space. With each step, I sensed the figure closing in, the air thickening with its malevolence. I burst through the door and slammed it shut behind me, gasping for breath as I leaned against it, heart racing. For a moment, I could hear the whispers retreating, the oppressive weight of the basement lifting just enough for me to catch my breath. But the calm was short-lived. A violent banging resonated through the door, as if the darkness was demanding to be let back in. I pressed my back against the wood, fear coursing through me. Whatever was trapped in that basement was not finished with me yet. I took a deep breath, the journal's weight pressing against my side. It was a lifeline, the key to understanding the terror that had plagued this house for so long. I needed to find out more about Eliza, her family, and the horrors that had transpired within these walls. As I steadied myself, I decided to confront the truth. I had already crossed a line. Now I had to uncover the full extent of the darkness I had awakened. My mind raced with questions. Who had Eliza been protecting her family from? What had she discovered in that hidden room? With renewed determination, I steeled myself to dive deeper into the mystery. I would unearth the secrets of the house, confront the shadows that lingered, and hopefully bring peace to the souls trapped within. The journey had just begun, and I would not back down now. Gripping the journal tightly, I turned to face the chilling reality of the house, ready to delve into its dark history. The whispers faded to an uneasy silence as I stood before the closed basement door, the weight of the journal pressing heavily against my chest. A sense of urgency coursed through me. I had to know what lay behind that door, what secrets Eliza had tried to protect. With a steadying breath, I placed my hand on the cold doorknob and turned it slowly, heart pounding in anticipation. The door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit basement, shadows clinging to every corner like secrets waiting to be revealed. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of damp wood, and something else, something metallic that made my stomach churn. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight as if protesting my presence. With the flashlight in hand, I scanned the room, the beam cutting through the darkness. Cobwebs hung like draped curtains, and I could see the remnants of old furniture, discarded and forgotten. But my focus was drawn to a wall at the far end of the basement. It seemed oddly unremarkable at first glance, but the air around it felt charged, almost electric. I approached cautiously, my heart racing with each step. The journal in my hand felt alive, its pages whispering forgotten stories as I turned it over. I needed to find the hidden room Eliza had mentioned, a place that seemed to hold the answers to the haunting that plagued this house. As I examined the wall, my fingers traced the rough surface, searching for any irregularities. Suddenly, my hand brushed against something cold and smooth. A faint outline of a door began to emerge from the shadows, hidden beneath layers of dust and grime. I could hardly believe my eyes. The door was old, the wood splintered and warped, yet the lock appeared intact. I had no key, but the journal had revealed a series of symbols that matched the design etched into the lock. My breath caught in my throat as I remembered the key I had found earlier. Could it be that it would unlock this dark secret? I rummaged through my pockets until I found the key, its weight familiar and reassuring. I hesitated for a moment, the air around me thick with anticipation and dread. Then, with a steadying breath, I inserted the key into the lock. It fit perfectly. As I turned it, the lock clicked open with a resonant echo, and I felt the weight of history shifting around me. I pushed the door, and it swung open with a slow creak, revealing a narrow passageway that led into darkness. I stepped inside, flashlight raised, illuminating the path ahead. The air was colder here, a chilling draft that sent shivers down my spine. The walls were damp, and the faint smell of mildew filled my nostrils. As I ventured deeper, I could hear the soft sound of dripping water echoing through the corridor. At the end of the passage, I discovered another door, even more weathered than the first. My pulse quickened. This had to be it, the hidden room that Eliza had written about. I hesitated, recalling her frantic warnings about the darkness that dwelled within these walls. But curiosity was a powerful force. I reached for the doorknob and twisted it, pushing the door open with a gentle shove. The sight that greeted me took my breath away. The room was small and circular, illuminated by a flickering light that hung from the ceiling. Dust particles danced in the air, catching the glow. But it was the center of the room that captured my attention. An altar made of twisted branches and stones, covered in strange symbols and artifacts that seemed to pulsate with energy. Scattered around the altar were various objects: dolls with cracked porcelain faces, rusted trinkets, and what appeared to be remnants of old toys. But it was the presence of a large, ornate mirror that drew me in. The glass was murky, clouded with age, yet I could make out a faint reflection of myself. As I stepped closer, the mirror began to shimmer, and I gasped as the image shifted. I was no longer staring at my own reflection. Instead, I saw Eliza, her face pale and haunted, trapped in a moment of despair. She seemed to be reaching out, her lips moving in silent words. I felt a pull, a connection to her pain, and suddenly, the whispers returned, louder this time, swirling around me like a tempest. They were pleading, warning me, and for a moment, I was overwhelmed by the intensity of their emotions. I could sense the fear and sorrow that had consumed her, the desperate need to protect her family from whatever darkness had taken root in this place. "Eliza," I cried out, the name escaping my lips before I could think. "What happened to you?" The image flickered, and in that moment I understood. This mirror was a portal, a gateway to the past, a way to witness the horrors that had unfolded. I pressed my hands against the cool surface, feeling the vibrations of her anguished pulse beneath my fingertips. I closed my eyes, letting the whispers wash over me, trying to connect with Eliza's spirit. I saw flashes of her life. The joy of raising her children, the terror that crept in as shadows loomed closer, and the heart-wrenching decision she made to protect them at all costs. A sudden surge of darkness swirled in the mirror, and I felt the temperature drop. The air crackled with energy, and I realized I was not alone. Something was behind me, a presence that sent chills racing down my spine. I turned slowly, my heart racing. The shadowy figure from before was back, hovering in the doorway, its form shifting and blending with the darkness surrounding it. The air thickened, and I could hear its low growl, a sound that reverberated through the room like thunder. "You shouldn't have come here," it hissed, its voice a rasping whisper. "This place belongs to the lost souls." Fear coursed through me, but I clung to the connection I had made with Eliza. "I'm here to help," I replied, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I need to know the truth." The figure lurched forward, and I could feel its icy breath on my skin. I grasped the journal tighter, hoping that the words within could protect me, guide me through the darkness. In that moment of confrontation, I realized I was standing at a crossroads. I could either succumb to the fear or confront it. I drew a deep breath, my resolve hardening. The truth needed to come to light, for Eliza and for the souls still trapped in this nightmare. "Show me," I shouted, my voice echoing in the room. "Show me what happened here." The figure recoiled slightly, as if taken aback by my demand. The shadows shifted, and I could feel the energy around me building to a climax. The air crackled, and the whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of anguished cries. In an instant, the mirror rippled, and I was pulled into a vision, a scene from Eliza's past. I saw her standing at the altar, desperation etched on her face as she made a sacrifice, something precious that would bind the darkness to this place. The figure loomed behind her, a dark silhouette, its form coiling like smoke. It reached out, wrapping around her like a vice. My heart raced as I witnessed the moment of betrayal, the moment that sealed her fate and the fate of her family. Suddenly, the vision shattered, and I was back in the room, gasping for breath. The figure lunged forward, and I stumbled back, adrenaline surging through me. I needed to find a way to break the cycle, to free Eliza and the others from this torment. The journal was my lifeline. I flipped through its pages, searching for a clue, a way to confront the darkness that had ensnared this house for too long. The whispers continued, but this time, I focused on the words, determined to decipher the message hidden within. "Eliza, I will help you," I vowed, feeling the weight of her sorrow mingling with my own. "I will find a way to set you free." As the shadows closed in, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me. The battle was just beginning, and I was ready to face the darkness head-on. The atmosphere in the room shifted, the air thickening with an unsettling tension. The shadowy figure hovered ominously, its presence a chilling reminder of the malevolence that had taken root in the basement. I clutched the journal, its pages feeling like a lifeline as I prepared for what lay ahead. The whispers crescendoed, a cacophony of voices pleading, warning, and crying out for liberation. Each note resonated within me, igniting a fierce determination to confront the darkness that had trapped Eliza and the countless souls bound to this cursed place. "Show me the truth," I shouted again, my voice ringing out with newfound conviction. I refused to let fear control me any longer. The figure recoiled as if my words struck a nerve, and I sensed a moment of hesitation in its shadowy form. Seizing the opportunity, I took a step forward, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the gloom, illuminating the altar and its strange artifacts. I had to decipher their purpose, to understand how they were intertwined with Eliza's fate. As I approached the altar, the energy in the room shifted again. The light flickered ominously, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes watching me, urging me to turn back, but I pressed on. I examined the artifacts strewn across the altar. Each one held significance, remnants of a past that had been overshadowed by tragedy. My fingers brushed against a small, rusted locket. I opened it cautiously, revealing a faded photograph of Eliza's family, their faces frozen in time. A wave of sorrow washed over me. This was a family torn apart, their lives forever altered by the dark presence lurking within these walls. Then my gaze fell upon a small, intricately carved box that stood out among the rest. It was adorned with strange symbols, similar to those I had seen in the journal. My heart raced as I reached for it, hoping it would hold the key to breaking the curse. As I lifted the box, the temperature in the room plummeted, and the shadows seemed to pulse with fury. The figure's growl grew louder, a sound filled with rage and desperation. I could feel the pressure mounting around me, the air thickening like a storm about to break. "Leave her alone," I yelled, the words fueled by an urgency I couldn't contain. I set the box down on the altar and opened it, revealing a collection of small, twisted figurines, puppets that mirrored the darkness I felt surrounding me. As I examined them, memories flooded back. Eliza had used these puppets as a means of protection, channeling her fears into them. They were more than just toys. They were vessels of her anguish, her desperate attempts to shield her family from the shadows that haunted them. I could feel Eliza's spirit urging me to act. The journal revealed that these puppets could be used to confront the darkness, to bind it to the very source of its power. The thought sent a chill down my spine, but it was also empowering. I had a chance to turn the tide. I reached for the first puppet, holding it tightly in my hand. "You will not take her from us," I declared, channeling all of my strength and resolve. The air shimmered with energy, and the shadows quivered, as if anticipating the confrontation. With each puppet I lifted, I recited the incantations I had gleaned from the journal. The words spilled from my lips, filling the room with a resonant energy that pushed against the darkness. The figure howled, a sound of pure fury that reverberated through the basement, shaking the walls. As I continued the ritual, the energy within the room reached a boiling point. The shadows writhed and twisted, trying to break free from my grasp. I could see Eliza's image flickering in the mirror, her face a mixture of fear and hope, urging me to fight for her freedom. "Eliza," I shouted, summoning every ounce of strength I had. "I will not let you be forgotten." The moment the last puppet was raised, a surge of power erupted from the altar. The shadows recoiled, howling in protest as the energy coalesced into a blinding light that filled the room. The oppressive darkness that had held sway for so long began to fracture, splintering under the force of the incantation. In that instant, I felt a connection to Eliza that transcended the physical realm. It was as if our spirits intertwined, sharing strength and resolve. The shadows began to dissipate, their form melting away like fog in the morning sun. "Free us!" Eliza's voice echoed through the air, a haunting yet beautiful melody that resonated deep within my soul. With one final burst of energy, I thrust the puppets forward, channeling all the emotions that had been trapped within these walls. Fear, love, pain, and hope. The light exploded, enveloping the room in a radiant glow that swallowed the darkness whole. As the shadows vanished, I felt a profound sense of relief wash over me. The air grew lighter, and the oppressive weight that had clung to my chest lifted. I turned to the mirror, where Eliza's face now glowed with peace, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You did it," she whispered, her voice soft yet powerful. "You freed us." The vision began to fade, the warmth of her presence lingering in the air. I took a moment to catch my breath, the adrenaline slowly subsiding. The basement was quiet now, the echoes of the past finally laid to rest. But I knew that this was not the end. There would always be remnants of the darkness that once resided here, shadows that could return if left unchecked. Yet I also knew I had the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As I made my way back through the basement, the journal tucked safely under my arm, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The journey had revealed not only the secrets of Eliza's family, but also the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable darkness. Emerging into the sunlight, I took a deep breath, the fresh air filling my lungs like a promise of new beginnings. The haunted echoes of the past would forever be a part of me, but now they served as a reminder of the strength found in confronting fear. I looked back at the house, its silhouette stark against the horizon. It would take time to heal, But I was ready to begin that process, both for myself and for Eliza's family. The darkness may have been vanquished, but the light of hope had been kindled anew. With a determined heart, I stepped forward, ready to embrace the future and share the stories of those who had been lost, ensuring they would never be forgotten. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. It began on an ordinary Tuesday, the kind of day where the sun lazily filtered through the curtains, casting soft patterns on the floor. I was sprawled on my bed, headphones on, immersed in the latest true crime podcast. The soothing narrations had become my escape, a way to drift away from the monotony of daily life. But this particular day would shatter that comfort, unraveling a reality I had never anticipated. As I adjusted my position, I glanced up at the ceiling. That's when I noticed them, dark, ominous stains that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. At first, they were small, faint blotches that looked like shadows caught in an awkward dance with the light. I dismissed them, chalking it up to a trick of the mind, fatigue, or perhaps an overactive imagination fueled by the stories I consumed. But as the days passed, the stains began to grow. They spread like ink on wet paper, darkening and curling at the edges. Shapes began to form within them, distorted faces, gnarled hands, and abstract figures that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light of my room. My heart raced each time I looked up, an instinctual dread creeping into my thoughts. What were these stains? Where had they come from? I thought about the last time the roof had been inspected. It was several months ago, but there had been no signs of leaks or damage. I reasoned that perhaps the stains were just a result of humidity or mold. I made a mental note to call my landlord, but each time I tried to convince myself it was nothing, the creeping fear would bubble back to the surface. One night, as I lay in bed, the room enveloped in a heavy silence, I felt an overwhelming urge to look up. The stains were more pronounced now, like dark vines creeping across the ceiling, entwining and spreading toward the corners. I felt a chill, a whisper of dread that skated down my spine. I sat up and flipped on the bedside lamp, illuminating the chaotic patterns above me. It was then that I saw it clearly, a face emerging from the darkest stain, its eyes hollow and devoid of life, mouth twisted into a grotesque grimace. I gasped, the sound echoing in the silence of my room. I scrambled out of bed, my heart pounding, as I backed away from the wall. How could something so sinister take root in my sanctuary? I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling as I opened the flashlight app, directing the beam at the ceiling. The light revealed more details, an intricate web of lines and patterns that seemed to pulsate with energy, shifting slightly as if alive. I felt as though I was being watched, as if the very walls were closing in on me. A sickening dread enveloped me, and I realized I couldn't stay there another minute. I threw on a jacket and rushed outside, the cool night air wrapping around me like a comforting embrace. I paced in front of the house, my mind racing. Who could I tell? Would anyone believe me? I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was happening was not just a physical manifestation, but something more insidious, a harbinger of things to come. The following day, I returned to my room, determined to confront the stains. Armed with cleaning supplies and a steely resolve, I climbed onto my bed to examine them up close. I scrubbed vigorously, hoping to erase whatever dark presence had invaded my space. But as I wiped the ceiling, I felt a strange resistance, as if the stains were pushing back against my efforts. With every stroke, they seemed to seep deeper into the surface, laughing at my futile attempts to erase them. The faces within the stains twisted into expressions of mockery, and I stumbled back in horror. I needed answers. I couldn't just stand by and allow this darkness to consume me. That evening, I sat at my desk, lit only by the glow of my laptop. I scoured the internet for any information about paranormal phenomena, unusual stains, and haunting experiences. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a ghost? A sign of something more malevolent? I couldn't shake the sensation that the stains were somehow linked to a story far darker than my own. Hours later, I stumbled upon a local urban legend, a tale about a family that had lived in my house decades ago. The story spoke of tragedy, of a child lost in a tragic accident, their spirit never able to move on. Could it be that the stains were connected to this tragedy? Were they a manifestation of grief or something more sinister? As I read on, an icy grip clutched at my heart. The more I learned, the more the pieces fell into place. Each new detail, a thread weaving the past into my present. I felt the weight of something ancient and restless, as if the house itself was breathing, urging me to uncover the truth. That night, I lay awake, the darkness pressing in on me. The ceiling loomed above, a canvas of torment that refused to let me rest. I closed my eyes, but sleep eluded me, replaced by visions of shadows dancing in the corners of my mind. The stains felt alive, pulsing with the rhythm of my racing heart. I knew then that I had to dig deeper, to confront the shadows that had claimed residence in my sanctuary. What secrets lay hidden in the fabric of my home? What darkness awaited discovery? I had to know, even if it meant facing the truth I feared most. Tomorrow, I would begin my search for answers, unraveling the sinister mystery of the stains that had transformed my haven into a nightmare. As dawn broke, the light flooded my room, but it felt different, almost oppressive, as if the sun itself was trying to break through the dark energy that had settled in. I knew I couldn't avoid the stains any longer. Armed with a notepad, I made a plan to visit the local library, a place where I could dig deeper into the history of my home and the legends surrounding it. I dressed quickly, still shaken but resolute. The library, an old building with towering shelves filled with dusty books, had always been a refuge for me. I hoped it would provide the answers I so desperately sought. Upon arriving, the scent of aged paper and wood surrounded me, a comfort that calmed my frayed nerves. I approached the librarian, Mrs. Thompson, a woman known for her vast knowledge of the town's history. I hesitated, unsure of how to frame my inquiry. Finally, I managed to ask about any records or stories related to my house. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully, as if weighing my request. "Ah, the old Millard house," she said, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "There's some tales, certainly. It was once a home filled with laughter, but tragedy struck years ago. A child went missing, and the family was never the same." My heart raced as she continued. "People say the house is haunted by that child's spirit. Some even claim to see shadows flitting through the windows at night. The stains you see, they could be a sign of something that's never truly left." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Do you have any records or articles about the family?" Mrs. Thompson nodded and led me to a back room filled with archival materials. I spent hours poring over old newspapers and documents, piecing together fragments of the Millard family's tragic story. Their child, Emily, had vanished without a trace one stormy night. Despite exhaustive searches, she was never found. The family moved away, leaving the house abandoned for years. The more I uncovered, the more the pieces began to align with my own experience. A photograph caught my eye, a family portrait of the Millards, with Emily's bright smile standing out against the somber expressions of her parents. I felt a pang of sorrow for them, and I couldn't help but wonder if Emily's spirit had indeed remained tethered to this world, manifesting through the stains that now marred my ceiling. As I prepared to leave, I noticed a small pamphlet about local ghost tours. It mentioned a specific tour focusing on haunted houses in the area, including mine. My curiosity piqued. I had to know more. I grabbed a copy and thanked Mrs. Thompson before making my way home. That evening, I settled onto my bed with the pamphlet in hand. I read about the tour guide, a woman named Clara, who had a reputation for uncovering the hidden truths of haunted locations. I decided to attend the tour, hoping to glean more information about the Millards and their lost daughter. Perhaps I could confront whatever presence lingered in my home. The night of the tour arrived, and the air was thick with anticipation. Clara led a small group of us through the streets, sharing tales of hauntings and misfortunes. As we approached my house, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. The exterior loomed dark and foreboding, almost unrecognizable under the cloak of night. When we reached my front door, Clara paused. "This house is notorious for its restless spirit," she said, her voice low and serious. "Many have reported strange phenomena, sounds, shadows, and yes, even stains that seem to appear overnight. I exchanged glances with the other participants, their expressions a mixture of skepticism and fear. Clara invited us inside, and as we crossed the threshold, I felt a familiar heaviness in the air, a tension that wrapped around us like a shroud. As we gathered in the living room, Clara began recounting the Millard story in more detail. The tale was rife with sorrow, of a family torn apart by grief, and of Emily's spirit, forever searching for her way home. I felt an overwhelming urge to share my experiences, but fear held me back. Just then, Clara encouraged us to speak up if we had any personal stories or experiences related to hauntings. My heart raced as I raised my hand. I've been living here for a few months, and I've noticed some strange stains on the ceiling. They seem to change shape and intensity. A murmur spread through the group, and Clara's expression shifted from curiosity to concern. Stains? Can you show us? Nervously, I led the group to my room, my heart pounding with each step. I felt a strange mix of fear and determination. What if they could help me understand what was happening? What if I could finally confront the darkness that had invaded my life? As we entered, Clara's face paled slightly, her eyes widening at the sight above. "This is quite unusual," she murmured, stepping closer to examine the stains. The group gathered around, their whispers filling the room with a palpable tension. "Have you tried communicating with her?" Clara asked, her voice low. "Sometimes spirits just need to be acknowledged. They want to be heard." I felt a surge of hesitation, but deep down, I knew I had to try. I nodded slowly, my heart racing as I prepared to confront the unknown. "Emily," I began, my voice shaky but resolute. "If you're here, I want to understand what happened to you. I want to help you find peace." The room fell silent, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. I could feel the energy shift, a tremor of something unseen swirling around us. The stains seemed to darken, pulsing rhythmically, and I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement within them. Clara urged everyone to focus, to listen for any signs. "Sometimes, you might feel a chill or hear a whisper," she guided. "Just stay open to the experience." As I concentrated, I felt a wave of cold wash over me. The shadows in the room deepened, and I could hear the faintest echo of a child's laughter, distant yet achingly close. I shivered, instinctively reaching out for support from the group. "Emily, if you're here, please show me a sign," I whispered. Suddenly, the light flickered, and the room seemed to darken further. I could see shapes moving in the corners, but whether they were real or a figment of my imagination, I couldn't tell. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and I felt a connection forming. Whatever lingered here wanted to be acknowledged. I needed to uncover the truth, not just for myself, but for Emily, trapped in a limbo of sorrow and despair. The others watched in hushed reverence, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. In that moment, I realized I was no longer just a bystander. I was part of a story that demanded to be told, a tale woven through time that sought closure. As the tour continued, I felt a shift within me, a determination to delve deeper into the mystery of Emily and the dark stains that had invaded my life. I knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty, but I was ready to confront whatever awaited me in the shadows. The night wore on, the air thick with tension and the weight of unspoken truths. After the tour, the group dispersed, each member carrying their own mixture of fear and curiosity. I, however, remained tethered to the house, the urge to unravel its secrets more potent than ever. Clara offered to stay a little longer, sensing my resolve. "Are you sure you want to do this alone?" she asked gently, her expression a mix of concern and encouragement. "Yes," I replied firmly, though a shiver coursed through me at the thought of facing whatever lingered in the shadows. "I need to understand what happened here." Clara nodded, her respect for my determination evident. "I'll leave you with this," she said, handing me a small crystal pendant. "It can help to protect you from any negative energy. Just remember, stay calm and centered. You have the strength to face this." I thanked her and watched as she walked away, the night swallowing her figure in its embrace. Alone, I stood at the threshold of my home, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down around me. The house felt alive, its walls whispering secrets I was determined to uncover. As I entered, the familiar chill enveloped me. I moved through the dimly lit rooms, each step echoing with memories and echoes of the past. My heart raced as I climbed the stairs to my bedroom, where the stains awaited, reminders of a presence that refused to let go. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. The light from my bedside lamp cast long shadows, and the air felt electric, charged with an energy I couldn't quite explain. I approached the bed, feeling the pendant's cool surface against my skin as I clutched it tightly. "Emily," I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. "I'm here to listen. Please show me what you want me to see." As if in response, the air thickened, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to pulse. My heart raced, a mixture of fear and excitement flooding my senses. Then I noticed the stains on the ceiling. They began to shimmer, shifting in shape and color. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and I could see my breath misting in the air. A figure emerged in the depths of the shadows. A little girl, no older than 7, her hair cascading around her face like a halo. She wore a simple white dress, dirted and tattered, and her eyes were wide with an unsettling mix of fear and longing. "Emily," I said, tears pricking at my eyes. "Is it really you?" The apparition nodded slowly, her gaze locked onto mine, a deep sadness echoing in her expression. The weight of her pain enveloped me like a fog, and I could feel the despair that had trapped her here for so long. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What happened to you?" In an instant, the shadows shifted again, revealing scenes from the past, flashes of laughter, sunlight spilling through the windows, and then darkness creeping in. I saw glimpses of a family torn apart, the joyous laughter of children replaced by muffled cries, and a desperate search that ended in silence. The image of a storm rolled in, clouds darkening the sky as a flash of lightning illuminated the house. In that moment, I felt the overwhelming sense of loss that had engulfed Emily, her spirit lingering in the space where her childhood joy had once flourished. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible, like a breeze rustling through leaves. "I'm lost." My heart shattered for her. "I promise to help you," I said, desperation filling my words. "But you need to show me what happened. I need to know." The room shifted again, this time revealing the moment of her disappearance. I could see her, alone in the yard, playing with a doll as the storm approached. I could almost hear her mother calling her inside, the urgency in her voice swallowed by the thunder. But there was something more, a figure lurking at the edge of the trees, watching. My stomach churned with unease as I recognized the silhouette, cloaked and ominous, moving closer to Emily. The vision flickered, and in an instant, it was gone. I gasped, stumbling backward as the reality of what I had witnessed hit me like a wave. "No, no," I cried, the implications overwhelming me. "Who was that? Who took you?" Emily's eyes filled with tears, and I could feel the pain radiating from her. "I can't remember," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I just want to go home." The shadows darkened, swirling around us as a chill enveloped the room. I could sense a presence, something malicious lurking just out of sight. The energy shifted, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest, as if the darkness was trying to reach out and pull me in. "No," I shouted, clenching the pendant in my hand. "Leave her alone." Suddenly, the room exploded with energy. The stains on the ceiling roared to life, glowing fiercely as if they were trying to break free from the confines of the house. The air crackled, and a cacophony of whispers filled my ears, desperate voices crying out for help. "Emily," I called, desperation lacing my tone. "Stay with me." In that moment, the girl's form flickered, caught between this world and the next. "I'm scared," she whispered, her voice fading. "Don't go," I pleaded, reaching out, desperate to hold onto her essence. "I will find a way to help you. I promise." The shadows thickened, and a low growl reverberated through the room, threatening to drown out my words. I knew I had to act fast. The pendant in my hand glowed brighter, pulsing with energy. "Listen to me, Emily," I said, my voice steady despite the chaos. "You are not alone. I will uncover the truth. We will set you free." As I spoke, I felt the presence around us retreat, sensing my determination. Emily's eyes locked onto mine, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of hope. "You will help me?" "Yes," I vowed, a fire igniting within me. "I won't let you fade away." With that promise hanging in the air, the darkness receded slightly, allowing a sliver of light to break through. I could feel the warmth of Emily's spirit growing stronger, as if she was finally finding her way back to herself. "Find the truth," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze. "You're my only hope." And with that, she vanished, leaving behind a lingering essence that filled the room with a sense of purpose. I was left alone, trembling but resolute. The weight of the stains on the ceiling felt different now, not just remnants of sorrow, but a call to action. I knew what I had to do. The past needed to be unearthed, and I was determined to uncover the dark truth behind Emily's disappearance. The journey ahead would not be easy, but I felt a renewed sense of strength. As I stood in the silence of my room, I realized I was no longer just an observer. I was part of Emily's story, and together, we would confront the darkness that had haunted her, and now me, for far too long. With the first light of dawn creeping through the curtains, I found myself restless, haunted by the promise I had made to Emily. The revelations from the night before swirled in my mind like a tempest. I needed to act quickly. The longer I waited, the more the shadows would reclaim their hold over her. I began my day with a sense of urgency, gathering my thoughts as I prepared to dive deeper into the mystery that lay ahead. I needed to learn everything I could about the history of my house, the neighborhood, and most importantly, Emily's story. The weight of her presence lingered in my mind like a distant echo, urging me forward. After breakfast, I grabbed my laptop and headed to the local library, a small, quaint building that had stood for decades, filled with dusty tomes and local archives. As I walked through the aisles, the smell of old paper and ink enveloped me. It felt oddly comforting, a stark contrast to the turmoil in my heart. I began my research by scouring through newspaper articles, community records, and any documentation that might provide insight into the families who had lived in my home over the years. Each page I turned felt like a step closer to unveiling the truth. After several hours, I stumbled upon a small article dated back nearly 20 years. A brief mention of a girl named Emily who had gone missing in the area, her disappearance leaving the community shaken. The article described her as a bright, energetic child, loved by her family and friends. It recounted how she had vanished one stormy night, just as I had seen in my vision. The description of her last known whereabouts echoed painfully in my mind, the very same yard I had stood in countless times. But as I read further, my heart sank. The piece hinted at whispers within the community, rumors of a strange man seen lurking near the edge of the woods, the very woods that bordered my property. The darkness began to creep back into my thoughts, filling me with dread. Who was this man, and what had he wanted with Emily? Determined to uncover more, I continued my search, sifting through more recent articles. To my horror, I discovered that the man mentioned was linked to several other disappearances over the years. Each case shrouded in mystery, each child remembered only as a faded photograph pinned to a community bulletin board. The sense of urgency surged within me. I had to speak to someone who might know more about Emily's case, someone who could connect the dots. The local community center had a support group for families affected by tragedies. Perhaps someone there could shed light on what had happened. I arrived at the center that evening, my heart pounding in my chest. The walls were painted a warm yellow, but they felt cold and empty to me. A handful of people sat in a circle, sharing their stories, their eyes reflecting deep sorrow and loss. I approached the group hesitantly, introducing myself and explaining my connection to Emily. As I spoke, I noticed a woman in the corner, a frail figure with striking gray hair and a distant gaze. Her name was Mary, and she had known Emily well. She had been part of the community when Emily disappeared, and her face softened as I recounted my experiences in the house. I always felt there was something unfinished about her story, Mary said softly, her voice tinged with sadness. She was such a bright light. It's heartbreaking to think she never got the closure she deserved. Do you know anything about the man who was seen near the woods? I asked, feeling a lump form in my throat. Mary's expression darkened, and she nodded slowly. There were whispers, rumors about a man who had lived nearby, someone the community feared. He was a recluse, rarely seen, but children spoke of him in hushed tones. They said he had a way of drawing them in, making them feel safe before. Before what? I pressed, my heart racing. Before they disappeared, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. It was never proven, but many believed he had something to do with Emily's disappearance. The fear was palpable back then. Some families left the area, unable to cope with the loss. The pieces began to fall into place. The man's existence loomed over the community like a specter, an unfinished chapter in Emily's story. I needed to know more about him, to uncover his identity and find out what had truly happened on that stormy night. As Mary shared more memories of Emily, I felt a surge of determination. I would not allow Emily's story to be lost to the shadows. I needed to confront the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. After the meeting, I spent the night researching the man Mary had described. I combed through online forums, local law enforcement records, and social media groups, piecing together any information I could find. The more I uncovered, the more the man's sinister presence seeped into my thoughts. His name was Thomas Wren, a man who had once lived just beyond the woods, in a dilapidated house that had long since fallen into ruin. I discovered accounts of odd behaviors and whispers of dark rituals, tales that sent chills down my spine. He had vanished around the same time as Emily's disappearance, leaving behind only confusion and fear. With a knot in my stomach, I realized that I needed to confront this man, or whatever remained of him, if I ever hoped to free Emily's spirit. My determination solidified. I would find his old house, investigate the shadows of his past, and learn the truth behind Emily's disappearance. As I prepared to leave the community center, the weight of my mission hung heavily on my shoulders. I was no longer just a bystander in this unfolding tragedy. I had become a part of it. The air crackled with a sense of urgency as I stepped back into the night, knowing that the next chapter of this haunting tale awaited me just beyond the woods. The secrets of Emily's past were waiting to be uncovered, and I was ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead. The next morning arrived with a heavy fog that clung to the ground, transforming my surroundings into a surreal landscape of gray and shadow. I felt as though the world had shifted overnight, that I was stepping into a realm where the past and present intertwined. My mission was clear. I had to find Thomas Wren's abandoned house and unearth the truth about Emily. As I made my way to the edge of the woods, I took a moment to gather my thoughts. The trees loomed tall and ominous, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers against the dull sky. Each step I took felt weighty, as if the earth itself was reluctant to let me pass. But the urgency within me propelled me forward. I could not turn back now. Navigating through the underbrush, I soon found a narrow, overgrown path that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. The silence was thick, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant calls of unseen birds. With every crunch of twigs beneath my feet, I felt the lingering presence of Emily, guiding me toward the truth. After what felt like an eternity, I emerged into a clearing. There, in the middle of the tangled growth, stood the remnants of Thomas Wren's house. The structure sagged, its windows shattered, and its walls cloaked in vines. A chill ran down my spine as I approached. The air felt heavy, charged with the weight of forgotten memories. I stood before the decaying front door, which hung ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. The darkness enveloped me, and I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. The beam cut through the shadows, revealing the remnants of a life once lived. Dusty furniture draped in cobwebs, peeling wallpaper that hinted at a vibrant past, and a suffocating stillness that hung like a shroud. As I moved deeper into the house, I felt an unsettling presence, as if the walls themselves were watching me. My heart raced, each thump echoing in the silence. I had come to confront the man who had haunted the community, the man whose actions had led to Emily's disappearance. But as I ventured further, I began to question whether I was ready for what I might uncover. I reached a narrow staircase that spiraled downward into darkness. The air grew colder as I descended, and the feeling of unease intensified. With each step, I sensed the history buried within these walls, the pain, the fear, and the secrets that clung to the very foundation of this place. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a small, dimly lit room. It was lined with shelves, most of which were empty or filled with broken toys and dust-covered trinkets. My flashlight flickered over an old trunk in the corner, its leather cracked and worn. As I approached it, a wave of dread washed over me. This felt like the heart of the house, a place where stories long forgotten waited to be unveiled. With trembling hands, I opened the trunk. Inside, I discovered a collection of photographs, each one capturing moments from a life intertwined with darkness. There were pictures of children, smiling faces frozen in time, eyes that sparkled with innocence. Among them, one particular photograph caught my breath. It was Emily, her joyful smile radiating from the yellowed paper. My heart ached at the sight. She had been so vibrant, so full of life. As I examined the rest of the trunk, I found objects that sent chills down my spine. A collection of dolls, their glassy eyes staring back at me, and a journal filled with scrawled notes and strange symbols. Flipping through the pages, I found disturbing entries detailing rituals and obsessions, references to summoning spirits, and a longing for companionship that twisted into something sinister. It became painfully clear that Thomas Wren had not just been a recluse. He had been consumed by his own darkness, drawing children into his web with promises of safety and magic. The realization sent a jolt of fear through me. Had Emily been one of those drawn in by his deceit? Just then, I heard a noise from above, a creaking sound that echoed through the empty halls. My heart raced as I instinctively glanced toward the staircase, half expecting to see a figure emerging from the shadows. The fear gripped me, but I couldn't leave without uncovering more. I needed to confront the truth, no matter the cost. Gathering my courage, I moved back toward the staircase, my flashlight illuminating the way. Each step echoed loudly, amplifying the sense of dread that filled the air. As I reached the top, I paused, straining to listen. The house seemed to breathe around me, the walls whispering secrets I couldn't quite grasp. Then I heard it again, a soft thump, followed by a low, muffled sound. It was coming from a room at the end of the hallway. My pulse quickened as I made my way down the corridor, every instinct screaming for me to turn back. But I pressed on, driven by a force greater than fear. I pushed open the door, and my breath caught in my throat. The room was dimly lit, shadows dancing on the walls. In the center stood a makeshift altar, adorned with remnants of childhood, a worn teddy bear, a faded drawing, and a doll with one eye missing. The air was thick with an unsettling energy, and I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. But it wasn't the altar that drew my attention. It was the figure standing beside it. A woman, her long hair cascading down her back, was staring blankly at the altar, her expression lost. My heart sank. It was Emily, or at least someone who resembled her. But the aura surrounding her felt different, haunted and heavy with regret. "Emily," I whispered, stepping cautiously into the room. The woman turned slowly, her eyes vacant yet familiar. "Is it you?" "I'm trapped," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "He won't let me go." My heart raced as I approached her, desperation clawing at my chest. "Oh, Thomas? What did he do to you?" Her gaze flickered toward the altar, a shadow of fear crossing her features. "He took me, used me for his darkness. I can't break free." As she spoke, I felt a surge of energy, as if the very air around us vibrated with unspoken truths. "But you're not alone anymore," I said, reaching out to her. "I'm here to help you." Suddenly, the room grew colder, the shadows thickening as if responding to my words. Emily's expression shifted, a mix of hope and dread flooding her features. "You must find him. You must stop him." Before I could respond, a loud crash echoed from behind me, startling us both. The door slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness. My heart raced as I fumbled for my flashlight, casting the beam around the room. The shadows twisted, and a chilling laugh reverberated through the air, a sound that chilled me to the bone. "You think you can save her?" A voice taunted, deep and echoing. She belongs to me now. I turned to face the figure materializing in the darkness. Thomas Wren himself, his form shifting like smoke. A rush of panic coursed through me, but I couldn't show fear. "Let her go," I shouted, my voice firm despite the terror clawing at my insides. He stepped closer, the shadows swirling around him, feeding off his malevolence. "You have no idea what you're dealing with. This is my domain, and you're nothing but an intruder." The confrontation felt electric, a clash between light and darkness. Emily's presence flickered behind me, her ethereal glow fighting against the shadows that surrounded Thomas. "You have to believe in yourself," she urged, her voice resonating within me. "You can break his hold." Drawing upon the strength of her words, I stood tall. "I will free you, Emily. I will end this nightmare." With that, I lunged forward, determined to confront the darkness that had ensnared Emily and so many others. The room erupted into chaos. Shadows danced wildly, and Thomas's laughter filled the air like a storm. I felt the energy shift as I stood before him, unyielding in my resolve. "Your time is over, Wren," I declared, channeling every ounce of courage I had. The darkness recoiled, and I felt a pulse of light emanating from within me, a beacon cutting through the shadows. Emily's spirit joined me, her energy mingling with mine, creating a force strong enough to push back against the darkness. In that moment, I understood the power of belief and hope. With each word I spoke, I felt the grip of fear loosening. "You are nothing without fear, Thomas. You will not claim Emily or anyone else." The shadows writhed, and I saw a flicker of uncertainty in Thomas's form. He lunged at me, but I stood my ground, raising my arms as a shield against his attack. The light surged brighter, illuminating the room and forcing the shadows to retreat. The more I focused on Emily's spirit, the more the darkness diminished. "Together, we are stronger," I shouted, the words igniting a fire within me. Emily's essence pulsed with light, and as it intertwined with mine, the shadows fractured, the laughter turning to cries of rage and despair. With one final surge of energy, I unleashed a wave of light, and the room erupted in brilliance. Thomas's form disintegrated into nothingness, the shadows vanishing with him. The oppressive weight that had filled the space lifted, leaving behind a sense of peace. As the light faded, I turned to Emily, who now stood before me, her smile radiant and free. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice warm like sunlight. "You've set me free." In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The darkness had been vanquished, and Emily's spirit was finally at peace. I reached out, and as our hands touched, I felt a warmth spread through me, a bond that transcended time and space. With a gentle smile, she began to fade, her essence merging with the light that now filled the room. "I'll always be with you," she said softly, her voice echoing like a distant melody. And with that, she was gone. Standing alone in the now empty room, I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me. I had faced the darkness, confronted the shadows of the past, and emerged victorious. But more than that, I had uncovered the truth and set a lost soul free. As I stepped back into the world beyond the haunted walls, I carried Emily's spirit with me, a reminder of resilience and the power of hope. The darkness may have lingered for years, but together we had shattered its hold. With renewed purpose, I made my way home, ready to embrace whatever came next, knowing that the light would always triumph over the shadows. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.